Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Let me put that up. All right, do me a favor as you come in, do me a favor, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Did have a topic tonight, still gonna cover the topic, but gotta get some stuff addressed. And I hate that, you know what I'm saying, this is still going on. This live stream from last Monday night is still, you know, that live stream from last Monday night, you know what I'm saying, it's still making his way around the box truck community, and just got to talk about some things tonight. I want to talk about some things, and then we'll get into this cargo van thing. Do me a favor, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Let me make sure my mic is on. Let me make sure my mic is on. Check, check, check. Yes, it's on. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let's do some roll call as the room builds up. Let me know where you're checking in from. Got to talk about this live stream from last Monday again, because it, like I said, it's still making its way around the box truck community. Shout out to On Track Trucking. He just came off live about an hour ago, and that was a great live. It was a great live, and real recognized real. That dude right there is a solid dude who really knows trucking, and he recognized my channel. He recognized me, and so I recognized him on the live stream, you know, but you know, it's a lot of division in this box trucking thing, and this whole thing about this transparency thing, and calling out people and all this, that, and the third. I just want to address that one more time. I did do a video. Well, actually, it was a live stream. It was a live stream Thursday night for 4 hours where I didn't. Here's the thing. I'm not finna, because if you spend your time calling out people, you're gonna spend the rest of your life calling out people, and I just don't have the time for it. So I'll take it one step further. And what I did, I spent 4 hours exposing the scams. I showed you the scams. I detailed the scams. I took you to where these guys are getting the courses. I did all of that. So I'm done with it. Now it's up to the viewer to find that information and apply that information. I'm not going to keep spending my time, because every time I speak about something negative like that, it drains me. It puts me in a very draining, depressing mood. And that's not the type of mood I want to be in. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep providing content of value, and I'm going to spend my time um, 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 building content that people can use. You know, I addressed it. I did a video, a live stream. Like I said, I showed you the scams. I took it a step further. All right. So one thing about calling out a person that's scamming, another thing is calling out the scam. Because when you call out the scam, you know what you're doing? You're stopping the person's money. You're stopping their lifeline. But see, people don't look at it that way. And people ain't, you know what I'm saying? The video, the live stream out there, 4 hours. The people who were in that live stream Thursday, they was in awe. And if you ain't watched it, go spend 4 hours watching. As I called out all the scams, I took you to where they getting the information. I took you to how they're not even building their own courses. I showed people where they getting the courses from. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't have time to, you know what I'm saying, sit up on the internet and point the finger at people. You know what I'm saying? I put out the scams, and it's up to the people to find it. I'm gonna build valuable content. All right. We got Jay Gray in the building, DC in the building, Atlanta in the building, Philly, South Florida, VA, Chicago, South Side in the building, Chicago in the building. Let me know where you checking in from. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. So we're gonna discuss this one more time. I'm gonna break some stuff down to you. I'm not gonna spend too much time, because some people actually came here for this cargo van content tonight, and we're gonna talk about that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Tuesday nights, I don't know. I don't know about Tuesday nights, because I feel like I don't know, man. I think this box truck community, like when I started doing content, I thought I was well, I know I'm doing it to help people, but man, I just, I think people are more concerned, and I'm not speaking to anybody in specific, like into the YouTube community. I'm talking to like the viewers. I'm talking to the viewers. Like, it's people that's really concerned about other people calling out other people instead of focusing on what's valuable. Focusing on what's valuable. You know what I'm saying? And worrying about the wrong stuff, and then instead of focusing on what's valuable, and that's the information um that can be taken and used in a way where a person can actually advance their business, or a person that's coming into the business can take that information and utilize it so that they can curve around some of these, what crews would call charlatans and sketchy characters. So go ahead and hit that like button. Let me know where you're checking in from. I'm gonna get into it. I actually had a guy leave a comment on my page today, and I'm gonna screen share it, and I want to break it down and and break it down and uh and then we're gonna get into, and then I want to talk about, I guess somebody else done popped up on the scene. Now this person I didn't even know about. I know we talked about Buddy down in Atlanta the other day. I know we talked about certain people on YouTube, but I guess it's somebody out there that's charging $20,000 for a mentorship. I just found, and it's funny how God works. I did a consultation this morning, and the guy put me up on this guy. And then right when I got off the consultation, maybe about 30 minutes later, somebody put a comment about this. I had to be the same person, because I haven't heard about anybody else charging that much money for a consultation. I don't even think Buddy down in Atlanta charging that much. And this guy is in the comments, and I'm gonna show you, say he spent $10,000. He was like, man, I spent $10,000, but your channel gives me more information than when I paid $10,000 for it. I'm trying to figure out, why are y'all spending so much money on mentorships? 10 grand. This guy's charging 20 grand, and he's offering 50% off right now. So 10 grand. And people are paying this. Clearly, people are paying this. It came across twice today. So I want to get into it, and then we're going to get into this cargo van stuff. Has anybody in here got scammed from a mentorship or a consultation? Drop it in the like. I'm curious. Has anybody in here got scammed for a consultation or a mentorship? Anybody? I know it's a delay, so I'm gonna hold off for a minute. I'm gonna hold off for a minute. I'm just curious. I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm curious. So 108 KLC, you spent money with Buddy in Atlanta? And if you don't mind, just for the room, if you don't mind, how much did you spend? O's Appliance, Mississippi, what's going on? I want to know how much you spent, if you don't mind asking. So that's my whole thing. I'm not gonna spend my time, Brooklyn in the building. I'm not gonna spend all my time. I'm not gonna spend all my time every week, week in and week out, looking for the scammers. Maryland in the building. 150 for a consultation. They ain't bad. Some people say they spent 4 or 5 grand and flew down there, but it's a guy out here charging $10, 10,000. Wow. For those that don't know what I'm saying, $10,000. So it's up to y'all. Y'all got to figure out. Now, let me say that. Let me be politically correct. You have to do your due diligence when you are seeking information and you're paying for it. All right, you got to do your due diligence, man. We went for 4 hours the other night, and I exposed every single scam and box trucking. Now, the information is out there. It's up to you to receive it. If you don't want to spend the 4-hour time watching it to learn the scam, then that's not on me. That's not on Motivation of Box Trucking. That's not on none of the people that are trying to help people out. If you're spending anything over in the thousands of dollars, why? Why would you spend that type of money Why would you spend that type of money for somebody that's riding around in a Bentley that's trying to sell you information on a box truck? Why? Why? So the reason why they riding around in a Bentley is because you spending the 10,000. He get 2 of those a month. He Gucci. The note on that Bentley is $2,500 to $3,000. He's smart. If he's a smart businessman, he's leasing it. So y'all funding the lifestyle that they're throwing back in your face. The people who are spending that money is funding it. You funding it. That's their lane. Defrauding people. I showed everybody on the live stream the other day. These courses that y'all spending $10,000, $5,000 for, they spending $5 for them. And I'm not finna do it. I'm not finna show nobody. Go watch the live stream from the other night. Go watch it. I'm not gonna do I did that the other 4 hours. I showed you everything. Go watch that. 10 grand. $10,000. 300 for the course that didn't have much useful information, right? I had a guy this morning who paid $800 for a course with a YouTube couple. No, it was $800 for an ebook. He didn't pay $10,000 for the box truck mentorship with Buddy that's doing the 10,000. But then right after I got off the consultation with him, matter of fact, that I will show that. Hold on, somebody put that in my comment. Let me share my screen. Give me 1 second here. But like I was saying before people came into the room, I was just On Track Trucking just went on a live, and that whole live we did Monday is making his ways around the trucking community. So he actually did a reaction to the live, and I'm all good in his eyes. You know what I'm saying? It was one person on the live that he kind of disagreed with. It wasn't me. I've always been transparent with everybody, and I give you the facts. And sometimes I may tell people, I think my point, and it's like somebody told me this morning too on another consultation. I tell people the truth that they don't want to hear sometimes. Don't nobody want to hear that, this holiday season is not going to be like last holiday season. It's November 1st and volume is still low. People are still complaining. It's November 1st. It's November 1st. Like, what do y'all think the freight is just going to magically start falling? No, it happens in progression. It happens in progression. There's different levels of peak season. There's different phases of it. But people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear it. I had people misconstruing your words. I loaned somebody else was like, well, this guy said there's going to be no peak season. Never said it was going to be no peak season. Said it's not going to be like last year. It's not going to be like last year. And this is clear signs. It's November 1st. I know November 1st is 2 days away, but look at the volume now. There is no signs of Christmas as far as volume. And as far as consumer buying interest, yes, it's going to pick up. It's going to pick up in the latter part of November and December. There's going to be a little frenzy, but you start seeing signs of that now. The companies that have millions of dollars invested in R&D, research and development, are telling you they have the money to invest in R&D. For those of you who don't know what R&D is, it's research and development. How are you going to go against the retailers that are telling you it's going to be screwed up? These are the retailers telling you this. Walmart, they're telling you this, but people still want to negate that. You want to negate it. Let me show you this real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Where is this guy? He left a comment on what video? 11. Let's see here. Let me share my screen. I want to share my screen, and then I just want to read the comment. And I get comments like this every day. I get DMs like this. People in um hold on. I get hold on. Hold on, where is it at? Hold on, where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, here it is. Let me share my screen. Share present. Let's see. Share screen. Share screen. Hold on. So just so people know it's real, unfortunately, I can't. That's me right there. So this one. All right. All right. So this comment right here, which was 8 hours ago, this guy says, your understanding and breakdown of the overall economic landscape of this business is very valuable. I paid a mentor $10,000 and have learned from him a fraction of what you're giving out for free. I want to kick my own ass for not doing more research prior to going into this business. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Look, man, stop funding these people's lifestyles. All right. If somebody's going to give you out good information, they're going to give you good information. And they're going to do it from what's the word I'm looking for? They're going to be genuine about it. All right. If you're funding, so if you're paying someone enough money to fund their lifestyle, that should be some type of indication that it may be some funny business going on. Look, I charge for consultation just to talk, $75 for 15 minutes, $99 for 30 minutes, $175 for 1 hour. And that's just consultation. I don't do the long-term mentorship where you can call me all times of the night, this, that, and the third, all that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000. I don't do none of that. It's a reason why I don't do none of that, because if I'm giving you that much access to my life, I'm charging that type of money. By default, I got to give you access to me. And I can't give people that type of time because I don't have that type of time to give. All right. I don't have that type of time. So if you're spending that type of money to fund somebody's lifestyle, you should know that something is funny is going on. I feel like $199 for me. I feel like I could charge more. My moves cost more than that. I charge more for moving than that per hour. Per hour. Per hour. So y'all gotta realize, y'all funding these people's lifestyle. Stop funding their lifestyle. I want to break something else down real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Where is this guy at? Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. And this is how you know when people don't watch your videos. I don't really get like negative comments. Like every once in a while I might get one. But this morning, this guy, and the only reason I'm doing this, I was just on Track Chuck, and he just did a live stream where he was, he reviewed this live that we did last week. It's still making his ways around the trucking community, man. He said people was calling him and blowing his phone up. He had nothing good. He only had good things to say about me. And shout out to him, and actually showed him love on the live. He explained that when he said he'll shit on your top 5 YouTubers, he said he wasn't talking about me. You know what I'm saying? But even in the live where I might have put myself in, let's say, one of that top 5, I said, man, everything this man is saying is 100%. I didn't take away from the humor part of the video. And I said that in the live, like, man, I don't take that personal because everything he's saying was facts. I just want to cover this and then I'm going to get into what we came to talk about. Man, this whole scamming, transparency thing. This is crazy to me, man. Like, I think people worrying about the wrong thing. Hold on. No, not him. What buddy ass that? What buddy at? He probably deleted it because okay, here you go. I want to read it and then I want to break down. The thing about Mark, he already did his time. He's already stated he's retiring soon. Therefore, he can care less of putting sufficient energy to helping the box truck community. All he cares about making money off of YouTube, just sharing snippets of logistics resources. I'm gonna pause right there. I put more money into YouTube than I make out of it. Like, this shit is crumbs, bro. I just hit 5,000 subscribers yesterday. 5,000. Like, what type of money you thinking I make off this? I spend more money. This platform that I'm on right now to stream in 1080p, to do the stream, I spend money on this a month. This ain't the free version. If it's the free version, you see the little StreamYard thing up in the top right corner. The place where I host my mentorship, all that, I pay for that. When you book mine, you don't see bookmark the mentor /Calendy/ this that .com. You see my website.com. That costs money. I spend money for Zoom. Like, I don't do no free platforms. I spend more money to be on YouTube than I'm making out of YouTube. I mean, my first YouTube check was $300. Whoop the fucking do. All right. All right, hold on. I'm gonna keep going. My problem with him, he act like he for the box truck community all hardy when he's not. There is no problem exposing people or sharing the rate of your loads if you like. See, this is how you know a person don't even watch my stuff. I do final mile. The rate of loads, what do you want me to show you? And why are you so care? Because see, Cruz wants to expose people. That's his lane. I don't come to YouTube to expose people and call them out. I come to YouTube to give out good content, give out valuable content. And I'm not knocking nobody else. That's not what I do. That's not my lane. I show you videos. I tell you how to get money. I show you this. I show you that. I tell you how to invest in the companies. I did a video yesterday, how to make more money out of logistics companies. Guess what? No one really watched it because no one really cares. But if you would watch the video, you would see how you can double dip with the company that you're working for. But guess what? No one cares about that type of stuff. Those videos don't do numbers. People only care about what final mile company they can move to that's paying more money. Is JB Hunt paying more than XPO? Is this company paying more than that? Or Amazon Relay? That's all people care about. But I just showed in this video yesterday how you can make more money. I don't have to run Amazon. You know why I don't run Amazon? Because I own Amazon. I own it. I own Amazon. So while all these people out here running Amazon trying to figure it out, I just sit back and collect money. And I know Cruz is critical on how I talk about Amazon, but I can talk about Amazon because I'm speaking from a shareholder perspective. I got every right to talk about it. It makes no sense. You're doing yourself an injustice if you're running for a company and you don't own shares in it. If you're running for Amazon Relay and you don't own stock in Amazon, especially after it did a 20-to-1 split in June, something's wrong with you. You should be making money on a good green day when Amazon is green, plus the money that you made when you ran that day. Every single logistics company we've had an account with or hold an account with, I own them. I own them. And this is why I say it's different over here. And this is why I said I can go into debate with anybody. So can't nobody tell me what I can and can't talk about because I own these companies. I will never run for Amazon because I don't agree with a lot of their ethics, and I talk about it, but I'm going to own them and I'm going to express my opinion on them when I see something that they're doing wrong from a shareholder. Yeah, I don't have enough shares. I don't have millions of shares where I can sit in a boardroom and my voice is going to be heard, but I'll use my platform to speak about some of the injustices that I see that they're doing that I dislike. All right. Let me get back to this, man. Where did I leave off? The thing I love about motivation, he's going to literally show you and not just talk about it. Mark's mindset will give new truckers the illusion you can make a lot, but don't show you. I don't sit up here and say, I made $10,000 this week off this. I made 15,000. I've never done a video like that. I've never done a video like that. See, this is how you know people just be trolling, don't watch your stuff because they took that live as a versus. This wasn't a versus battle. That was Cruz very passionate about Amazon, which I'm not passionate about. Everybody that follows, subscribes to the channel knows how I feel. All right. So you got one guy that's passionate about this company, another guy that is very critical of the company, and then Big Vic joined in at the end. And anybody follows all three channels, they know the camaraderie, or not camaraderie, the the differences between those two. All right. Fortunately, once the new truckers come in the game, all they remember you saying you can make such, but they didn't see how you did it. As a result, these new truckers start booking poor low rate and just being desperate, trying to figure out the world they can make a lot of money. Knowing it's fraud out here and don't put 1% and pointing out the scam shows how selfish you are. So the point of his whole thing was me not calling out the scammers, because me and Motivation's disagreement, one of our disagreements was, I said, man, you got to stop spending your time calling out the scammers. Spend more time just putting out valuable information, and the valuable information will far, reach more people than spending that time calling out the scammers. And I'm still solid on that. I'm not going to waver that. I'm not going to spend my time making content calling out people. You know what I'm saying? I did one video, one live the other day where I showed you the scams. I'm going to give you a snippet for those that don't want to watch. I'm going to give y'all one snippet. I'm going to give you one snippet. Hold on. How are you a mentor when you don't disclose significant information to your followers? However you do an excellent job sharing general information. So I guess that was this little positive thing. Listen, I'm gonna show you something. Let me show y'all something real quick. I'm not gonna go into the whole 4 hours, but I'm gonna show you one scam that these cats is doing. For those that you that was on the 4-hour live the other day, my bad. I know I hate to do this, but man, like I said, I was just on track trucking. He did a live about an hour ago, and he did a live basically not reviewing that live we did last Monday, but basically doing a reaction. He didn't have none but good things to say about me. Obviously, he had a little issue with for those that were in that live about an hour and a half ago. He does have an issue with Vic. Hold on, let's see here. All right, I'm gonna share my screen again. I just want to show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let me pull it up. All right, let me show the screen real quick. All right, look, for those that was on the stream the other night, I apologize for going over to get the courses y'all paying $5,000 and $10,000 for. Here's where they going to get them at, and they paying $5, $10. You know what I'm saying? Like this one is $10. This one is $10. This one is $10. Let's click on one. All right. 3-day delivery. They're going to build a course for you. All right. You're going to pay $10. They obviously have a premium package, but most people going to get the $10. Let's say they go get the premium package, the standard package. Okay, whoop-de-doo, $50. They still charge you $5. And here's why I'm not going to spend my time, my valuable time. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. I can never get my time back. My time is worth more than money. I'm not going to spend too much time. And this is the last time I'm going to address this. I put the scams out. I stopped their money. See, it's a different, people will come try to kill you if you stop their money. So who's really doing the justice, the service or whatever? I'm not going to spend my time researching the whole box truck community or everybody's just trying to scam. I'll just show you the scams. So that way, now you know the scams. Now you know not to involve yourself in it or not to fall victim to it. I get it. Some people are green. Some people from middle America, they just green. They don't know no better. I don't fault those people. Not everybody can be from a big, fast city and just hip to scams and different things. I get that. So here, I'm going to show you the scam. I'm going to stop their bread. I'm gonna stop their bread. So here you go. Here you go. Here go the scam. Here go the scam. And you can pick which one. You want to pick this one. You want to pick that one. $10. Five goes a $5 one. You know what I'm saying? So here's the scams. Here's one of them. I'm not going to go through the whole 4-hour live I did and expose the other scams of how they make themselves seem bigger than what they are for you guys to buy in. But man, this is what it is, guys. They go into Fiverr. They're paying somebody in Nigeria or Pakistan. Let's see where this guy from. Let's click on this. A random one. It don't matter. All right, course on content logistics, dispatching, and shout out the dispatching people that's selling you the dispatch courses. Here they go too. They getting the dispatches. They getting the dispatch courses off here too. $10, Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So dispatching, box trucking, all that stuff, they come in the Fiverr. They come in the Fiverr. They're coming to Fiverr. And this is why the courses aren't of value. They're not of value because you have a foreigner in a third world country or whatever world country it is, Nigeria, Pakistan, working for nothing, next to nothing. They're building 1,000-word course, or if you spend standard, they're spending $50. Let's see, even if they get a premium one, they're going to give them $10,000. Whoop-de-doo, $100. They're charging $5,000. What's the markup on that? You want to talk about how I always talk about margins are low. They getting what's that 5,000% markup? What about those margins? What about those margins? But see, didn't nobody go watch that video. You see what I'm saying? Let me show you something. Didn't nobody go watch that video. Let me show you something. That video got on his way to 1,300. Here go the video right here. Here go the video right here. Here go the video right here. Now let's look at the views on it. I spent 4 hours breaking down every single scam in box trucking. 623 views. When did this was Thursday night? It's Sunday. So 3 days later, it ain't even hit 1,000 views. And in bold, I didn't even put my face on the damn thing. Hold on. I didn't even put my face on the thing. In bold blue with an orange background so that it can pop, so that everybody can see it. How not to get scammed in the box truck business. Much watch. So, the information be out there. Now I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I don't want to hear nothing else about it. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to spend my time calling out people. You can call me out for not calling out people. I don't care. Why you worried about who's calling who? And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to the people who want information from box truckers because they're either struggling or they're trying to get into the game. You're worrying about the wrong thing. Find you a person to follow that's presenting valuable information and stick with that person. And if you find another person that's providing valuable information, even better. 2 is better than 1. All right. But worrying about who's calling out who and this, that, and the third. No, that's not why I came here for. I didn't come here for that. And then this whole other thing. Numbers. Well, what do you make? Put your numbers. Bro, listen. To each his own. If you want to put your personal information, everybody want to put your personal, you can put your whoever wants to put their personal, fine. If you don't want to follow somebody who's not going to show you how much money they make, well, don't follow them. Don't follow me. If you worry about how much money I make or lose, don't follow me. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to expose my personal information. You know what I'm saying? Some people are like, why? No one's going to do. Listen. You don't know who's watching. You don't know who's watching. You never know. I don't live in a rural America in the middle of nowhere. I live in a very big, dangerous city, and it's a certain way I have to move. I don't know. I might do a video. It might go viral. It might get clipped. You know what I'm saying? I might show something that might get clipped and then might get reused, and then it's circulating and it's out there, right? It's nobody's business. And this goes for everybody. It's nobody's business what each person makes. That's your business. It's between you and your accountant. Here's another thing that we disagreed with. A smart person should be able to understand or know if the person that they're listening to has valid information or not. I know. But then again, I have to think, Mark, man, you hip to everything. You not green like that. But that's where your due diligence comes in at. It's brokers out here that are scamming. I just showed you a scam where a person could go on Fiverr and buy a course in trucking, logistics, dispatching, whatever you name, for $5. Brokering, somebody can build a whole brokering thing and scam you and get the information, just enough information for $5 or $10 for you to believe that. Build a little website with one of those little websites, GoDaddy or whatever, throw it up and sell you on something. Buddy down in Atlanta, let me tell you how Buddy down in Atlanta getting people. Here's one thing I give Buddy. He speaks very, you would think he was from New York or Chicago the way he speaks very fast, like a city slicker, but he's from the South. He speaks fast. He speaks articulately. So a person who's getting into the game, who doesn't know better, because the way he speaks, how fast he's speaking and things of the name, is confusing a person who doesn't know better, who's new, and they buy into it. I'm listening to the stuff. None of it makes sense to me. None of it makes sense. Why? Because I know it. I know what it is. There's no way this is possible. The fast talking don't mean nothing to me because I'm up north. I'm a city slicker. So I can read through the bullshit. But like I said, it's people in middle America or that's green that just don't know no better. They fall for that. I was in financing and all, man, all that don't mean shit. There's no way you're gonna make that type of money. And here's my big thing where he said, a guy who owns his truck has to make $1,000 a day. I only gotta make $200 for my rental trucks times 7. But if you own your truck, you gotta find a way to make $1,000. You have to. That shit don't even make sense. I got trucks that's been sitting for years. Like that guy said in the comment, Mark said he's already on his way out to retirement. Facts. I got trucks that's been sitting. I ain't gotta make a person who owns a truck that's been owning a truck for years don't have to do shit because this shit is already owned. It's owned, it's paid for, it's been made its money, and it's paid itself back 1,000,000 times over. So that shit don't make sense. So anybody that hears that statement and buys into that, I feel like, bro, the man just said it. Anybody that owns their truck has to find $1,000 a day or they're gonna fail. That shit doesn't. What sense does that make? And then he follows right back with it. See, if you rent a box truck, you got to make $200 a day. What? So okay, I put a video exposing the guy. Then what? The man I heard got a billboard in Atlanta. And this is like what I was telling Cruz, you're going to spend too much time. Man has a billboard in Atlanta, from what I hear. I don't know. I'm not down there. How can you stop something like you're going to spend too much time? He's everywhere. He's all on. And there's another thing. If a person that's selling you information, and I hate to keep going through this, man, this shit is a week ago, bro. This is a week ago, bro. A week ago, we still on this shit. Yo, if a person has more that's supposed to be an educator in a space, the best platform I think for educating people in box trucking is YouTube. Why? Because you got video format, you can put out content, videos, you can show people, blah, 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 blah. Instagram is known for cap. Everybody knows that. Most people on Instagram is cap. They're full of cap. If a person who's supposed to be an educator in a space has more Instagram followers than YouTube followers, you should know. So do you want to be a personality and influencer, or do you want to be an educator? And then I'm supposed to spend my time being the box truck police? Nah, man, I ain't got time for that shit. Because there's somebody right now that came here for cargo van content, and I gotta revisit this again. And Kirky Fresh on the live stream about an hour ago, he said like one thing about, and the box truck community, even the black community, we divided, black, brown, Hispanic, whatever. We too divided, man. We too divided, man. I'm not finna chase my time. I'm not finna spend my time chasing down nobody. I'm gonna keep positivity, and the best way I can stay positive is by giving good content and worrying about what's in front of me. This is the last time I'm addressing this. If you have an issue with me not chasing and being the box truck police, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. If you want to pocket watch, unsubscribe. I unsubscribe. I'm not finna do it. I'm not finna pocket watch. I'm not finna be the box truck police, yo. Not finna do it. I don't have time to do that shit. I did the live stream. Here's the live stream right here. It's only 623 people watched it. Go spend 4 hours if you want to learn all the box truck scams that you or anybody else that's gotten scammed is getting scammed with. I just did a snippet on some of the content from the other day showing like these courses. Like these dudes ain't educators. They ain't went to school to build courses. Like why would you buy a course from somebody that never went to school for education? How is somebody that never went to school for education going to build a course? Or have some type of level of education in building courses? Like I haven't seen none of these courses, but from the people I talked about, man, what's the thesis statement? What's the curriculum? See, my mother was an educator for 34 years, retired from the Chicago Public Schools. I grew up in an educator's house, so see, I know all this stuff. So when people tell me, hey, I'm like, man, what was the curriculum based around? They're like, what? The curriculum? What are you talking about? Person went and bought a course off of Fiverr. This is where they get their courses from, guys. There they go. So mic drop moment again. I had 3 mic drop moments. I don't claim to be the best. I don't claim to be the GOAT. I don't claim to be the king or none of that stuff. And this ain't a shot at Cruz. I just come here, do what I do, and I and that's it. Don't ask me to be the box truck police. I'm not doing it. I ain't gonna do that shit. I got other shit to do. All right. I got other shit to do. I'm not finna be the box truck police. Here's a snippet of what I spent 4 hours the other day that no one cares about. No one cares about this shit. All right. Because all y'all care, sir, I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying certain people, only thing they care about is Amazon. How can they figure out Amazon or what company's paying the most money? And I say that all the time. I don't say it as much as I used to say it. Like it's more to this box trucking thing than those few little things. I did a video, and this is what I'm tripping on. I'm tripping on this shit, bro. Like this month, he gonna hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Right here. This video I put out yesterday. I think this video only got like 500 views. No one see, you don't care how your box truck business can make more money with logistics companies. You know what I talked to you about? What I just said a few minutes ago. They do the same thing in the credit world too. Have newbies fund their lifestyle by selling courses. I am looking at the state of contract for state library courier service. Do you have any advice on pricing? I'm gonna get into that. I know this was supposed to be a cargo van, and I'm gonna get into the cargo van thing. I just watched Kirky Fresh's live. Shout out to Kirky Fresh on track trucking, and he did a what's the word where they watch the video and he breaks it down. Obviously, he got some issues with Vic. He gave me my respect. I give him his respect, you know what I'm saying? But he did a reaction video, and then I'm still getting like comments and things like that. And it's not nothing bad based around, it's based around how I said, yo, I'm not finna be the box truck police when me and Cruz was going back and forth about calling people out. And I was saying, you know, you should spend your time just putting out good content. And, you know, some people have come and say, well, man, you got to expose it. Man, bro, I'm not in for that. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. So here's a video that I guys did yesterday. No, ain't nobody check it out. Ain't nobody check it out. The people who checked it out was the people who winning. It's a bunch of people out there watching this shit right now. I guarantee you, right? Amazon really don't own a goddamn Amazon half a share of a fucking stock. And that's a goddamn shame. So what's the long-term plan? Because this is the short-term plan. I'm really finna drop a bombshell on you. Amazon ordered 1,000 fully autonomous trucks. Now, I'm not saying that Amazon is going to replace that middle mile 100%, but guess what? Guess where those fully autonomous trucks land? What lane do you think those fully autonomous trucks are going in? Can't go in final mile. You know why it can't go in final mile? Because final mile needs some sort of human effort. You got to pick up the stuff, carry it in the home, drop it on the porch. You're not going to have robots doing the shit. All right. Those fully autonomous trucks are going to cover middle mile. And this is what I was trying to get out the other night on the live stream. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. They ordered, did y'all forget? Did people forget that they ordered 1,000? That's just the first 1,000 they ordered. That's going to cover the middle mile. The truck can back itself into a dock. The dock worker is going to open the goddamn door, put the pallets on, close the door, put a seal on it. The truck is going to drive itself to another Amazon facility, back itself into the dock. Somebody there is going to open it, break the seal, open the door, unload it, load it, and it's just going to do that shit all day. Doesn't have to run on a clock, doesn't have to run with DOT requirements because there's no human interaction. They're already running a corridor in Dallas to Houston and back and forth for Walmart, fully autonomous. So when I do this video, I'm like, yo, you should have some type of investment in the company you're running in. Don't nobody click on that. And that's why the game is played different on this side. Because I'm in it for the long game. My content tells you how to really make money and not depend on these companies. Because guess what? If this company want to get rid of you, they just get rid of you. And they ain't just necessarily getting rid of the individual. They can actually replace that whole lane. When these fully autonomous trucks start coming, they're going to continue to buy more and more and more. What do you think is really going to happen? Like, people, open your eyes, man. Open your eyes. 1,000 of them. Not for final mile. It's going to be middle mile. So everybody that's on the Amazon bandwagon, I don't know what to tell you. I've shown you. I've proved you. They're constantly changing shit. They don't care about you. The poor lady in New York, the driver done killed her 1-year-old, paralyzed her 3-year-old, and all Amazon had to say was condolences. Rear end collision. Everybody knows a rear end collision is automatically the person's fault who rear-ended the person, whether they was drunk, high, texting while driving, traveling too close, whatever. Here this guy is making $200 million a day. No one's holding themselves accountable, the contractor nor Amazon. Let me pull the picture up. I just want shock value here. It's unfortunate, but that I got to do this shit. But man, y'all, and this is, hold on a second. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into what we came here for. Hold on. Here you go. Every time I just look at this shit, I get upset, man. But this is the company that everybody, Amazon. Hold on a second. Don't freeze up. There we go. Boom. So whenever anybody want to challenge me, I want y'all to think about this mother. Amazon is not Amazon is going to do what's best for Amazon. All right. Amazon is going to do what's best for Amazon. So y'all gotta they see the saturation with box trucks and using it to their advantage. Amazon taking logistics licks now, but they are constantly improving. They are going to get to the point that they won't need UPS or post office. They will have their own delivery services. Well, they're slowly replacing the United States Postal Service, but this is like the argument we had. Well, not argument. Uh the the was it a disagreement? This debate we had the other day. Currently, they actually need the post office and they need UPS because Amazon doesn't cover every zip code. I mean, it's the facts. They don't. But what I think we're moving away from is the fact that can that middle mile lane be replaced? Does in the future is that middle mile lane going to actually need a human to run from Amazon facility to Amazon facility? Is it going to need a human? And just for those of you that forgot, let's see something here. And this is all like all this information is is out there, you know. I mean, shit, I don't make the shit up. Uh, this is on a few different net. Plus is the company that's making them or building them for Amazon. Amazon reportedly buying 1,000 autonomous truck driving systems, which could pave the way for one-day ditching drivers. And this is from last year, y'all. It's from last year. So I don't know what status uh those first 1,000 trucks that they ordered are at. I don't know when they're going to be unveiling them. One thing I do know, they're definitely going to do it. Why? Because Walmart already has some running Houston to Dallas and back, that corridor. All right. So it's definitely something that's going to happen. And like I said, the only lane where that can happen is it can't happen in Final Mile. Final Mile involves some type of human interaction. And that's why I say don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't do it. Don't do it. Have an exit plan. Have a long game. Invest in the company that you're running for. Y'all running Amazon. Hey, there's a great opportunity to buy shares in Amazon. A lot of people couldn't buy it earlier this year, last year when it was $2,000-$3,000 a share. It split 20-1. It's like $125. It eventually is going to run back up. So you can run for that, whatever you're running, or you can actually run and simultaneously make money as a shareholder. And this is what I teach on my channel. Ownership. I'm not finna, I do the CPM, the all that stuff, and here's the final mile. Here you can carry this up, but when I come with that economical stuff, ain't nobody, that's my lane. So when I say, look, the peak season ain't gonna be what you think, I'm saying that based off research and data and knowing what I'm talking about. And here we are, November 1st. And people are complaining, oh my, the volume is low. It's slow. I got sent home. There was nothing for me. It's November 1st. All right. Well, that's that. The stock split made it affordable to gain more money. Yep. But guess what? You'll be surprised how many people run Amazon and don't own a share of Amazon. Every company we run for ran for, I own it. XPO, U-Haul. Never ran Amazon, but I own Amazon. I own Amazon. Sold it, bought back in. Took my winnings, it split, bought back in. Kept some, those split, sold some, bought back in, gonna run it back up again. So I can be very critical of Amazon, being critical on Amazon from an aspect of shareholder perspective, and I'm going to be very critical when they do things, regardless of what people say I can and can't talk about. I'm going to be critical because I own shares of it. I'm on those earning calls. And back to before I go into the cargo van stuff, hey y'all, stop being green. This is tough love now. Stop being green. You know what I'm saying? Stop being green. Don't spend $10,000. Don't spend $5,000. Don't spend $3,000. Rental truck. No one can sell you. Listen, I talked about this. Yo, if the horse is telling you we don't have trucks, what makes you think somebody on the internet is going to be able to get you a truck from the horse? And the horse is telling you, yo, we don't have trucks. So if somebody that's not the horse can get you a truck, right? Boom. Better believe there's going to be a markup in it so that they can make something for themselves. I just don't understand. But then, Mark, you got to remember, not everybody is. Some people are green. They don't understand. They think people are really out for their best interest. Yo, if someone says they can help you do something for you that the company can't do for you, better believe it's something in it for them. And if the company has a price, right, and they're getting it for you, better believe it's probably going to be higher than the price. They're probably watching. I don't care. They're not going to say nothing because they can't debate me. They can't debate me. I dare them to debate me. Whoever. And I'm talking about the scammers. The scammers ain't going to debate me. They're going to stay in their lane. I'm not talking about to the people who call out the scammers. I'm talking about the scammers. They're not going to debate me. Peak is not even come close to last year, not just because the slowing economy, but also using the box trucking game to their advantage by lowering rates and creating competition. The reason why the peak season is not going to do what it did last year. And here's another thing, like no matter how much I beat this, it's like beating a dead horse. Like some people, and this guy told me this morning. He said, Mark, everything you saying is right, but you know why you get frustrated? You know why people? He said, because people want to believe something so bad that to the point where they just don't want to hear the truth. And it is what it is. Yo, you cannot compare when the government put trillions of dollars out to stimulate, keyword stimulate. Here's trillions of dollars, go spend it. People spent it. There's no extra money now. Not only is there extra money, we have inflation at the highest it's ever been. So I don't know why some people still thinking they're gonna see that type of work from last year. I use an example. Yo, if my Christmas budget is $1,000 every Christmas, and then I got $20,000 PPP, and then I got idle. I say I got PPP and idle. I got 30 grand, and my Christmas budget is normally a G, but I just got this extra 30. So I'm working my job. I got my normal G, but now I just got an extra 30. So now my Christmas, I can go a little bit crazier. Now my budget might be $4, $4 grand. And that's the point. There's no extra money. So I'm not saying it's not going to be a peak season. It's going to be a peak season, but it's not going to be to the extent where it's just, man, like last year, why you think so many people failed? Because people was coming in before that was their first peak season. They're paying $2,000 a week for a rental truck, but everything else is inflated to go along with it. So it kind of like balances it out. But then when the correction comes, like it did, and rates kind of went down and kind of normalized themselves, the cost of entry that these people bought in at is still high. That didn't correct itself. You're still stuck on that $2,000 a week or $1,500 a week rental, which leads to the rate of rental things are now with all the restrictions and stipulations because people didn't do the right thing. So that's why peak season is not going to be the way it is. Hey, I hear what you're saying, but it's more to the fact where that money is not there. If the government gave stimulus right now to everybody, then yes, volume will automatically go up. But you can't compare last year's peak season to this peak season because that money ain't there. Just ain't there. I watched the live and I think Motivation realized Amazon slowed as well. Well, Amazon said they slow. You know, I don't think he said it verbally, but I I think he did touch on that at one point, but then he said like he knows how to maneuver it. But Amazon, they know that's why they stopped building on certain things. They stopped building. They stopped construction. They paused new groundbreaking on new facilities, things of that nature. And that's why I always preach. One thing I always preach on this channel is consumer behavior. Just follow the consumer behavior, and you'll follow the money. You'll follow whether the money is going to be here, or you're going to follow the money if it's going to be there. If you're in a game that's fully controlled by consumer buying, why I make this easy. You see what I'm saying? And I don't understand why people make this hard. I make it easy. I follow the money. If consumers are buying, volume is high. If consumers ain't buying, volume is low. Consumers aren't buying. They did the 2-day sale earlier this month. It didn't do good. If a person has an opportunity to start Christmas shopping, they see something for a 2-day sale early, 25, 35, whatever, 15%, 20% off, why not buy it? It didn't do good. They said it didn't match up to what the prime was in July. So yes, there's going to be a peak season, but it's not going to be what people are thinking. Retailers are saying, man, in normal circumstances, right now what they're doing is they're fighting for that one customer. Instead of customers going from store to store to store to store to store, they're saying, man, a customer may just go to one store. So they're fighting for that $120. I'm just using $20 as an example. Customer got $20 to spend. They're fighting for that $120 because they're saying the customer may not have extra money to go shopping from store to store to store. So they're all trying to market and fight for that particular customer and that $120 bill. Appreciate and glad you're speaking to Fastmart. People are crazy to think people are offering freedom, scamming everywhere. So I mean, it is what it is. I just gave out the scam. Y'all can go watch the video or don't watch the video, the live stream, or don't watch the live stream. You know what I'm saying? But I'm done with it. Don't look to me to call people out. This channel ain't about calling people out, and I don't do that. I did my one little live stream. I showed you the scams, and that's the end of that. I'm not going to talk about it. And that's it. So I'm gonna go get into this cargo van thing. Where do you find info on consumer behavior? I watch MSNBC, I watch CNBC throughout the day. I read articles in like FreightWaves and Modern Shipper and other trucking publications. I pay attention when I'm in the store. I used to work at Target back in the day, which is similar to Walmart. So when I go into Walmart or if I go in Target, it's certain things that I can look for to kind of know what's going on. Just a lot of research and just being knowledgeable, being in the industry, 13 going on 14 years. If you watch MSNBC, CNBC, read the trucking publications, everything for the past 2 to 3 months is about peak season and how it's not going to be how it's not going to be measured. It's not going to be comparable to last year's. No, it's not going to be. But that's something that right there is something that's just common sense. That's common sense. That's common sense right there. You talking about trillions of dollars infused into the economy. Trillions of dollars infused, and for some reason, people are still pushing back on me on this. What, like, oh man, it gets frustrating, and this is why I'm like, yo, like, I like it's frustrating to me, man. It's frustrating, man, how people think like the miracle out the sky is just gonna fall, like the money is just gonna fall out of the sky, and people are gonna run to the stores and spend the type of money that they spent last year. Like you can wish, you can hope, you can do whatever, but the fact this is business, yo. This is business. The same miracle on 34th Street. It's business. Common doesn't talk to everyone. You know, I see. You know what I mean? But man, I'm finna get into this cargo van stuff, man. That was my, I don't know, maybe it was a rant, maybe it wasn't, but that's why I don't talk about peak season no more. It seemed like, man, I be like beating a dead horse, man. The scams, like that's all everybody been concerned about this week was the scammers. And guess what? The scammers is scamming. They really scamming now. You know why? Because like I showed on the live stream the other day, box trucking is peaking again. I showed the Google Trends. I really broke it down the other night for 4 hours. 4 hours, 623 views in 3-4 days. And you know what I get? Man, and then people wonder why they failing. Or why they can't figure the game out. Because you worrying about the wrong stuff. Instead of worrying about the right stuff. Like some people like worry about what's in front of you. Worry about the positive things. If you worry and focus on the positive things, the negative things will never get to you. You won't ever worry about, you won't have to worry about getting scammed if you got your, if you're going forward in a positive direction and you have a positive person who's teaching you the game. You're focused on what they're teaching you from a positive, transparent aspect. So you're not going to see the bullshit around you. But the people who fall for the bullshit looking for the bullshit. Some of them are. When I did the live stream the other day and I went and looked at the Google Trends, Buddy name was the top query. So it's different if you got a billboard up. That's one thing. But if you're searching this person, that's another thing. He was the number one query. I'm not finna pull that up because I did the live stream. So go click on the video and go watch the live stream. See, that's why I put out facts. I can't put it all. You can't put it all on the content creators to call these people out. You gotta put it on, push back on the viewers too, because y'all searching these people. You know why people searching the people? Because the lifestyle that they portray is cool. It looks good and stuff like that. Did you come to YouTube to find information on box trucking, or did you go there to find lifestyle? Figure it out. Figure it out. Figure it out. If I'm coming to YouTube or Instagram, I don't even know why you would go to Instagram to find out about box trucking. But if a person is showing you, then y'all flying across country to go to mixers and shit like that, meet and greets and shit. Y'all want to be in the mix or do y'all want to be in the know? You want to be in the mix or do you want to be in the know? I'm gonna get into all the questions, man. I just had to go on this thing one last time. You know what I'm saying? Because that live stream from last week, it really made its way around. People still commenting and talking about calling people out, man. Hey man, get out your feelings, man. Get out your feelings, man. If you got, man, you gotta move forward. It's over with now. All right. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be harsh. But guess what? You're gonna lose money. I got a company right now that owes me 11 grand. They've been owing me 11 grand since 2016. They folded. They took what's called, they did a money run, a money grab. I mean, they knew they were failing. They knew they were going. This is a company that I've been doing. I'm gonna actually do a Christmas story. I don't want to, because it's gonna ruin the video. I'm gonna do a story around Christmas time on this company, and they did what's called a money grab. I've been dealing with this company for about 4 or 5 years, and they knew their time was limited. And instead of them being transparent and honest, they got over on all the contractors, and that was it. They disappeared. They didn't give us that last month settlement, and for me, it was 11 grand. So I'm victim of scamming too. It happens. I learned a valuable lesson from that. No matter how many years I do business with a particular company, doesn't mean that they're if shit hits the fan for them, desperate times call for desperate measures. The only thing that I can do was I had to write it off. I had to write it off. So um, I understand what it feels like to be scammed in business. You know what I'm saying? So you can't spend all your time trying to uh 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 I guess call these people out, and you just gotta move forward. Um Learn from your mistake, and move forward, you know. But I'm finna get into this cargo van stuff. Cause like this shit, like I said, it should be draining me. I don't like talking about it. All right, so for all the people who came here for the cargo van, here we go. Here we go. Let me move this comment out the way. All right, so cargo van versus apps. Cargo van versus apps. Well, not cargo van versus apps versus contracts. So that's what we're talking about tonight. And basically, the way I wanted to structure it tonight was just basically explain the pros and the cons, cargo van apps versus contracts. Now, I know I touched on this recently. There is a peak in interest in cargo vans. And for those that didn't watch the last cargo van live stream, the reason why there's a peak in interest in cargo vans is one, there are no box trucks to rent. There are no box trucks to rent. Watch how the room go down now. Not because people don't want to know the cargo van, because people only want controversy. And this goes to what I was telling y'all. It just went from 50 to 40. All right, so boom. So there's no rental trucks. So what the rental truck companies done, there's no rental trucks, and they're also putting very steep requirements on getting a rental truck. So what the cargo van, so what the rental truck companies are doing, they're saying, you know what, we got these cargo vans. There's no um, steep requirements to get them, and people who still want that independence of running their own trucking business, they're considering getting these cargo vans. So that's why the peak in interest in cargo vans. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of different ways you can make money with a cargo van. You got plenty of apps you can make money, and there's contracts. Now, with the contracts, it's not what you would get in a box truck, obviously because you're working with less space. So they're not going to pay you uh what you can get with a box truck. But contract with cargo vans are just dedicated routes for carriers. They usually pay per piece, per mile, or per route. All right. And then a gig app basically is work when you want, based around the opportunities and demand that the particular gig app has to offer. And these are the three main opportunities that you can get from a cargo van. Final mile. All right. A good example of final mile in a cargo van would be like your supply delivery, like office supply delivery, um, medical. There's a big lane for medical carrier delivery. Anything that's going from a fulfillment center, a warehouse to an end user, the consumer, whether it's most of the time where the cargo van is going to their doorstep, it doesn't really, it's not going in the house, it's not crossing the threshold. LTL is what people are doing with the cargo vans expedited. They may take a pallet of something. It could be local, it could be OTR. Pays a little bit less, but this is something for people who are companies who don't have much, or it's overage. It's something that may be overage that couldn't fit on a 53 or 26. So they'll summons a cargo van to run it less for less, obviously for less money, because you're only taking one pallet, your smaller vehicle. Your cost is a lot lower. And then another lane is small moves. All right. There's a lot of gig based apps that center around small moves. So what I want to do is we're going to break down and the reason why, because I did the cargo van live stream where I actually broke down the business model, was it 2 weeks ago? So I'm not going to redo that again. What we're going to do is, a lot of people ask me every day, what companies, what companies, what companies, what companies, what companies. So what we're going to do is I'm going to break down, I'm going to show you some companies in each lane, break down what they actually focus around. And then that way you can decide what may be better for you. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know people, and I can attest that with a cargo van, you can make great money, even more money than running contract. Now, this is not going to be true in every market. Not every market is going to be able to do that. All right. Certain, obviously certain markets that are bigger markets, you're gonna have more work. There's also an actual lane that I'm going to talk about in a second that a lot of people don't even know exists with Amazon. It's a pilot. It may not be in every market, but it is a pilot. It's in this market, and it works very well with a cargo van, because most people that actually run that flex lane, they have cars, especially more fuel efficient, economy size cars. But there is a lane for larger things that Amazon is piloting that is kind of wide open, because there's not a lot of people on the platform that have this type of vehicle. All right, so I talked about Watco a few weeks ago, and the contract that's their claim to fame for cargo vans is Staples. Similar to T Force, which has Office Depot. I ran this for T Force. It was called not logistics. It was called Dynamics. Um, Before they switched the name to T Force. And this is a contract where if you're in a market and you get the pieces, you will make up to $425 a day with your cargo van. When I say pieces, pieces. You may have up to 200 pieces. All right. So this was my largest contract by vehicle volume, meaning this was the biggest contract I ran the most vehicles for at one time. It was 9 vehicles. This is a van contract. I ran 3 vans for this contract and 16 footers. The reason why I didn't run 9 vans is because obviously I had more 16 footers, but because I'm in a big market, they just gave me the heavier routes, and I was able to negotiate a guarantee, which you know companies don't really do anymore. But because I was able to negotiate a guarantee, they purposely gave me all the heavy routes to try to get as much out of me as possible, because with that guarantee on days where let's say the volume was low, I still got that $300 per vehicle. Um, T-Force and Waco, Staples and Office Depot, pretty much the same. Office Depot is just a competitor to Staples and vice versa. So what people order most from these two companies is paper. You're going to get your ink cartridges. Usually they put them in a plastic bag, things of that nature. But for the most part, you're going to get the big boxes of paper. Usually the big box of paper usually comes with about, what's it come with, about 10 reams of paper. So you're going to get that. Now, the good thing about that is if you're on a route where you get a pallet of paper, let's say you're on a route with a couple schools, obviously if you're in a van, you're not going to be able to get a few pallets. See, by me running mostly trucks, they would give me the schools, the hospitals. Like I said, we had the route that had GM. GM will order 2 to 3 pallets of paper. All right. Each pallet was 40 boxes. All right. So that's 120 pieces right there for 3 pallets. All right. Now for a person who's getting paid per piece, now they're at about $1.75 a piece. Let's say 120 pieces times $1.75. That's $210 right there, and that's just one stop. All right. So that piece count is cool. I didn't run on the piece count, but if you're gonna get this contract, you gotta make sure you got pieces. All right, you gotta make sure you got pieces. So that's T-Force and Waco. Now, Lasership, not a company I ran. It's a company that's out there, that highly publicized. They spend a lot of money in marketing dollars. A lot of people don't like Lasership for whatever reason. Now, Lasership promotes themselves as a company that you can start your cargo van business and scale with. I think ultimately they have plans on being the go-to uh, company for retailers or businesses or whatever who want things delivered locally or expedited over the road. They actually just merged with On Track, which is the company that you see right next to it. So those two companies merged, and those were kind of like the 1 and 2. So now, because they merged, they cover the whole United States. Like I said, people that have come to me that run Lasership, even when I put out the video of telling people, here's a company that you can do cargo vans, a lot of people that run it in the comment section say it sucks. I can't speak for that. Never ran it. So you kind of got to do your due diligence. But the thing about them that they do promote is that they promote scalability, and they say that with their company you can definitely scale up your cargo van business. So that covers Waco, T-Force, Lasership, On Track, Capstone. Capstone, I believe they also share Staples. It's another contract that you can do office supplies with. Some with Waco, T-Force is bigger than Waco. Waco is not a logistics company that's cross country. They're not all over the country. I know they have them in Ohio and some other states, and they kind of share the Staples account with Capstone. Capstone, I believe, is a bigger company than Waco. They share this. T-Force is nationwide. Echo Express, cargo van company that's was actually a company that provides vehicles all the way up to a 26-foot box truck. They don't do semi trucks. They promote the fact that they don't do semi trucks. So they do everything from hot shots up to 26 footers. So pickup trucks, 3500s up to 26 footers. It's an OTR van company. They have plenty of work. So this is for a person who doesn't mind going over the road in an expedited fashion with their cargo van. And then On Track Trucking, I spoke, they merged with Lasership. So that's pretty much one company now. Spoke Logistics is a company that they're a medical, not pharmaceutical delivery, they're a medical supply delivery company. All right. So they focus on medical supplies, hospital beds, wheelchairs, crutches, canes, oxygen tanks, things of that nature. No pharmaceuticals, but they focus on medical supplies. The only thing that concerns me with them is the hospital beds, because they promote cargo vans. And the reason why I say that is because from time to time I get a call from a young lady who actually used to be the operations manager at Dynamics, and now she's the operations manager for one of these medical carrier companies, and they don't have any carriers with box trucks. So she calls me, and this is why relationships are very important. Even though she's with this new company, she calls me because of the relationship we had when she was at Dynamics for all the hospital beds, because the hospital beds just don't fit on the cargo vans, and there are no cargo box truck um carriers on their platform. They don't even promote it. So I'm not sure about the hospital beds, but that's a lane for um um medical supply delivery. Now let's get into, I broke those down. Those are ones that I've researched. There's more. The other ones, I don't think they have, you know, um, the volume of work. And another thing about T-Force also has a sister company, which is T-Force Medical, which they have a whole different um, um, sister company, which is T-Force Medical, that focuses solely on medical pharmaceutical delivery. And I know that lane is big from when we were there. Um, the dynamics, the T-Force rather, here they have a drive-in facility similar to like Amazon, and a lot of those guys that do the pharmaceutical delivery, they just drive right into the facility in their car and they get the pharmaceutical. And it was like cars driving in like all day, every day. So they also have a medical delivery lane for T-Force. It's called T-Force Medical. All right, so let's get into the gig app. All right, so the number one gig app, and I actually want to show this one because I'm actually going to do. I want to actually check this one out for myself. I haven't heard anything bad about it. Is GoShare, and what I want to do is I'm going to share my screen because I want to I'm just hold on. Let's see here. Let me share it. Let's see here. All right. Okay. So here's what they're promoting that you can earn. And what's fascinating to me about GoShare, I was hip to this company maybe about 5 or 6 years ago when they first got started, and they've scaled beyond measure compared to other um, app-based companies that I knew about, like all these app-based gig, like for like what we do, like middle mile, final mile. They all kind of started around that 2014, 2015. There's actually two of the larger nationwide ones that were started here in Chicago, Dolly and Schlep. But they focus on, well, they give you a wide array of vehicles you come. And with a cargo van, they're saying on average a cargo van can make 71 to $102 an hour. Now I can't vouch for that. I'm gonna actually, and I've been meaning to do this because I want to be transparent. I'm actually probably gonna do a video once I sign up one of my vehicles for it and see what's on the platform and kind of display it. If this is true, then this is good money for a cargo van. And it's not far off from a box truck, And when I say this is good money for an independent person, not for scale, for an independent person in their truck or their van doing this by themselves, this is great money. And the reason why they probably can do this is because I'll show you in a minute. They have the relationships with some pretty big name retailers. Box truck not far off, up to $109. Couriers right here, 38 to 40. Pickup trucks, 52 to 68. And they also have a lane for fleet. They also have a lane for fleet. All right. Here is why I think here's the coverage map from where they're at. Um, and here's why I think they are or they can afford to pay what they pay and keep people busy is because of the relationships that they've worked out. Costco being a big one, Pepsi being another big one, Bob's Furniture being a big one. Sherwin Williams, I believe we ran this. Oh, I know we ran one paint retailer with Select. I don't remember if it was Sherwin Williams or the other one, but this is a good one. The only thing I don't like about this one, if this is the one we ran, is um, for some reason I don't know. Maybe it was just us. The ones we got, it seemed they were always on third floors, and my guys used to always complain about lugging all that paint up 3 flights of stairs, whatever. But they have some pretty big contracts, and I think this is why I'm not sure what they're gonna have people delivering with Tesla, but just the Costco and the Bob's alone are huge, and this is for gig base. And the reason why I'm thinking, well, let me not say the reason why I'm thinking. The reason why I know a lot of big retailers are also aligning themselves with gig-based companies is for the same reasons why I say I'm frustrated with the moving business and final mile is because companies are having a hard time finding employees. All right. I'm going to say it again. Companies are having a hard time finding employees. And I said this on a live stream and I'll say it again. And this is one of the things where I say that, people push back, but it's the truth. Like this trucking game, even with middle mile, final mile, even with the moving, this has become an independent owner operator industry. It's hard to find people because everyone wants to do everything for themselves, and the opportunities now are available for people to get in. It was harder to get in there. It's easier to get in now, even though like the rental truck companies are charging an arm and a leg and the requirements are steep. People are finding ways to still get in. All right. It wasn't like that back then. And then there wasn't these opportunities. All right. So the reason why the retailers are aligning themselves with gig-based apps because they understand that. All right. The logistics companies are having to cancel runs every day. I speak on it all the time. There's always freight left on the dock. Always. There's always freight left on the dock. With an independent, with when you're running with these companies, we're all fighting for the same few people. We're all fighting for the same few people. These retailers understand, you know what, the turnaround time, and then here's another thing, the turnaround time. The turnaround time. All right. So not only they know, you know what, we're better off getting person who's working for themselves, and the turnaround time is quicker. Logistics companies like are giving you 2-3 weeks out for delivery now because there's very minimal people like in the final mile lane, right? Than it used to be. So with the demand going up and it's harder to find more people, it's pushing out those delivery time frames wider and farther and farther and farther and farther away. All right. So they're having to rely on contractors who have their own van, their own pickup truck, their own box truck to not only come pick this up, but to have a quicker turnaround time because turnaround time now is very important as well. Amazon kind of changed the game when it comes to turnaround time. That's very important, and that's another thing they talk about in my research and for this upcoming peak season. A sale, a one company or one retailer versus another retailer, the consumer sale it can all depend on one thing: who has the quicker turnaround time for delivery. So Walmart and Amazon could be competing for this one particular item for a customer, and the customer's decision is going to be based on solely the turnaround time. Who's going to deliver it faster? And these retailers are understanding that, and that's why they're pushing more gig based. So I think for my research, Go Share is pretty solid. I haven't heard anything bad about it. I've only heard uh, good things about Go Share, and the companies that they partner with are big name, solid companies. All right, so let's go here. All right, now let's talk about Rody. Rody is a company that is owned by UPS, and I'm only going to go off what people tell. A lot of people don't like Rody. All right, a lot of people don't like Rody. Um, UPS has something like during peak season where you can actually deliver, sort of kind of like Amazon Flex, where you still gotta wear the brown uniform, but you can actually deliver in your car. And when I see that, it kind of defeats the purpose of Rody, and I think maybe that's why they're having a hard time, because I think UPS is. I think the whole purpose of them buying Rody was that so that they can have their foot in the gig based economy without having to build um, um, their own app. So they just bought this one, and I don't think they've taken the time to fully understand it and figure out a way to incorporate their their technology, their infrastructure, their footprint across the country with delivery into this app. And I think if and when they do that, I think this app will be a force to be reckoned with. I think it'll be a force to be reckoned with. But until they do that, it's just not there yet. This is not something I recommend. You can go out and try it for yourself. It doesn't hurt to sign up to a few different apps and just let them all work and see which one works the best. But based on my research, based off things I've heard, um, just my professional honest opinion, I think it's still in the premature stages. They bought this app just so they can have their footprint and their name attached to something in the gig based economy. They see where it's going. Clearly they've done the R&D, the research and development, and instead of taking the time out to build an app, they just bought one. They just have to focus the time in and merging what they've already done in the carrier delivery space with that app. And I'm telling you, I think it'll be a force to be reckoned with. Now, Amazon Flex, here's something that I actually found out the other day. Somebody, one of my friends, put me onto this. They have in the app what's called a XL. This is on the Flex side. Now, people don't know it's there because they rolled it out quietly. It's a pilot. So it's Amazon XL. It may not be in every market. It's on the Flex side, and it's large package delivery. All right, anybody that knows or has received Amazon Flex deliveries, when you see the person pull up in your car and you're driving, you're like, who the hell is this in my driving? The guy hops out with the vest on and things of that nature. It's Amazon. They're focusing on more on the smaller packages. Amazon recently released a pilot program called Amazon XL that is focusing on larger packages for larger vehicles. And what's going on is a lot of people that run that run that gig based app, they have economy vehicles. All right. So if you do have a van, those blocks that come available, if Amazon XL is running a pilot program in your city, this may be good to jump on early. Once it fully goes through the pilot phase and becomes a staple, I think, for the people who do have the larger vehicles, this is going to be uh, um, a good moneymaker. It's still kind of premature because it is under a pilot, so can't really go into details too much. Just wanted to put it out there because they did quietly release it. They didn't promote it, but it exists. It's called Amazon XL, and it's through Amazon Flex. Um, I want to jump over to Thumbtack. Now, this is an app that we still use quite often. it's not what it used to be. And when I say what it used to be, I'm not even talking like back in the day. I'm talking about a year or two ago. Like, I don't know what's going on with Thumbtack. Usually when, and I'm not going to explain because some people may not understand, it's just a lot of things that they're doing right now. It just, usually when companies start doing certain things that they're doing, it's usually when they're trying to show profit. All right, I've been dealing with Thumbtack for a couple of years now. With the moving side of the business, we do other things off of Thumbtack too, but mostly with moving, it's just a cheaper alternative than to advertising with Google Ads. Yelp is kind of played out. Craigslist played out. So we were able to, over the last maybe 4 years, bringing a lot of business outside of the repeat customers and the referrals, which is 40% of my moving business. All the new customers we were able to bring in on Thumbtack because we built a pretty strong presence on Thumbtack. It looks like they're trying to go public. And usually when companies try to go public, they have to show profit. Most startup businesses, they operate in the red for years. And then usually when they start tightening up on things of that nature, raising the rates, tightening up, not being as lenient on certain things, they're trying to show profit to investors so they can take the company public. And I think that's what's going on. Hasn't been a good year for Thumbtack. You go read about from what they call Thumbtack Pros, is what people who are a service provider. That's the service provider side. That app, Thumbtack Pros, all on Reddit this year, making the same complaints than I'm making. But for the most part, if it's working for you, it's a great app. Now, you do pay for the leads. You do pay for the leads. But if you're, and here's another way you can make money with the cargo van. And it doesn't always have to necessarily be uh, delivery, final mile, LTL, courier. There's plenty of things you can do with a cargo van. You can actually do the middle mile, final mile package delivery, and other things. Um, there's a big lane on Thumbtack for TV mounting. Big lane for TV mounting. I'm talking about big lane. It's guys on there making seven, 800, $900,000 a day just mounting TVs. All right. And not only are they mounting the TVs, they're actually picking the TVs up from the store and delivering. I talked about it the other day. As time goes on, people get bigger and bigger and bigger TVs. If you guys out there got an 85-inch, I'm telling you, you can't get an 85-inch home in your car. You can take it out the box. It's not going to fit. You're going to have to call a buddy. You're going to have to call somebody with a cargo van, a box truck, not even a pickup truck. Not even a pickup truck, unless it's an 8-foot bed. 6-foot bed ain't gonna cut it unless you're feeling foggy, and you might not be traveling that far. All right. So you're gonna have to call somebody with a cargo van, all right, or a box truck for like these bigger TVs, 85-inch, 100-inch, 102-inch. All right. Last Black Friday, there was so many people waiting on the gig app people on Dolly to pull up to pick because they had the 85-inch, the 82, 85-inch on sale for, was it 1,099 at Best Buy. They couldn't get it home. So what people do when they get these big TVs, they hire the person to pick the TV up, deliver it, mount it. The bigger the TV, the more money. They want you to hide the wires, more money. Mounting one TV can bring you in somewhere from $100 to $300, depending on the size of the TV and the scope of everything else they want. They want you to hide the wires. Are you mounting it over a fireplace? Things of that nature. And this is something that you can do with a cargo van. Another lane outside of running middle mile and final mile and moving with the cargo van is, it's a dirty game, but this is something that I started in 2020 with a partner. It has since dissolved. Long story with the partner, but it dissolved. We just didn't see eye to eye, and it dissolved. But I do have experience in the junk removal business. All right. with the junk removal business, if you get the right. So this is why people ask me, well, hey Mark, what type of cargo van should I get? And then I tell them what they should get based on based on my knowledge. With the cargo van, if you get the right cargo van, let's say a 2500, I would recommend a 3500 dual wheelbase. You can hitch a dump trailer onto the back. All right. So on those days where you have an open scope of different jobs you can take. You can do junk removal, you can do small move, you can do package delivery, you can do TV mounting. A van has a full scope. You can install a hitch to the back, and with 3500, even 2500, depending on the size dump trailer you purchase, you can do junk removal. All right. Nothing's going in the cargo van because you have the hitch, you have the dump trailer hooked to the back of the cargo van, and you can get money. You can get money. You can get money. Junk removal, especially if you're in a market where there's a lot of construction going on, there's a lot of let's say foreclosures, a lot of property preservation work, clean outs, things of that nature. It's a big lane, and there's a lot of money, and there's a lot of open opportunity. And the reason why there's a lot of open opportunity is because it is a dirty game. No one wants to do it. I actually, when we bought the dump trailer, um, my whole goal was to pull it with one of my box trucks, but I actually ended up pulling it with my pickup truck, and I have a really nice pickup truck. I don't have a work um, pickup truck, and but at the end of the day, I'm about anything can be replaced. Money is money. I gotta go get it. So I know what you can make, and you can do demo work. Um, the list goes on. Like I sent a crew to demo a basement. They demoed the basement in 4 hours. Two guys, 4 hours of work. I charged this guy $800, and it was just tearing out the walls. Tearing out the walls. 4 hours, charged him $800. All right. And it was less than a ton. So the dump was $75. So I came out ahead, and that, you can find work like that every day. And this is what Thumbtack has to offer. They got everything from moving jobs, no matter the scale of move, it could be just a few pieces up to 5, 6 bedrooms. They have delivery, furniture delivery jobs, TV mounting, landscaping. That's another thing. With a van, you hook a trailer if you want to do landscape. You got a trailer, you got some lawnmowers. A van is something that's very universal, and Thumbtack will provide you with a lot of different opportunities. And it is like the go-to place for a lot of people now because they spend a lot of money on search engine optimization. Um, and when people go look for certain things, Thumbtack comes up first. You go into their website, and then you put your zip code in, and they'll show you a list and things of that nature. But when they send you that lead, you're paying for that lead. So it's your job. And I'm being very transparent here. It's your job to go after that lead. So you have to go into the settings, and if it's the middle of the night and they send you that lead, it might be another contractor that's up in the middle of the night that gets that lead and responds instantly. And by the time you wake up in the morning, it's going to show this customer went with another pro. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go in the settings and configure send me leads from this time to this time, because they show the customer when they're looking on the when they're looking, this pro responds within a minute, this pro responds within a day, this pro responds within 2 days. You got to be on top of it, because usually a customer will go with the first person um who responds. All right so Angie Leads, similar to that, Angie Leads was for those old school people like me, is what used to be Angie's List, which has always been a pay to play platform. Angie's List recently last year bought Home Advisor. So Home Advisor is no more. Angie's List bought them, and now they changed the leads from Angie's List to Angie Leads. All right, they bought Home Advisor. Same thing. Don't like them. I signed up with them and Home Advisor um, when we started the dump truck business. And I don't recommend them. They're just too expensive. The leads are too expensive. Thumbtack's leads are a lot cheaper. Um, They make you pay a membership. I had to pay, I forget what it was. It was either $99 or $199, $299. It was something. So I had to pay the membership for the year, and then they charged me for the leads. All right. I wanted to try it. To me, it wasn't worth it. It was a money pit, I believe, for them or me or whatever. It just kept draining me money to the point where I said, you know what, I'm gonna take I think it was 200. I said, you know, I'm gonna take the loss on the 200. Well, you got the membership for another 10 months. I said, man, I'll take the loss. Man, X me out, cut me off, because a lot of these leads, people were sending me leads to rake their leads and junk removal. And I'm like, how are people requesting lead raking jobs in a junk removal category? And I'm paying, you just charge me $30 for this lead, and I got to dispute it. I don't have time for this. So I don't recommend Angie's Leads, but you know, you're free to do what you want. I'm just putting the information out there. All right. Lug is a moving app. Lug is a moving app. They deal with a lot of cargo vans. Haven't done any business with Lug, so I can't really attest to their service. I've done business with Dolly. Now, from a contractor perspective, Dolly is a company that was started here in Chicago back in 2013, 2014. And as they scaled or marketed and promoted themselves here locally, they did bring in. So the thing when you're starting an app like this that's service based, you're going to have a point where you're either going to have more contractors when you're first starting out than people coming onto the app as consumers, or you're going to have more consumers than contractors. So the marketing that they did here, they were marketing on like the public transportation, the trains here, the public trains, the public buses. So they were spending a lot of money. They had a couple rounds, venture capitalist round, seed funding. They had a Series A, Series B, for those of you guys that are into angel investment, so you understand the verbiage that I'm speaking. So they had a lot of money, and they put a lot of that money, a lot of that seed money into investment here. And what the issue that they had was early on is they had a lot more consumers going onto the app requesting jobs than they had actual contractors. So they had to hire moving companies, and I was one of the companies that came in and they funneled us a lot of work. They've spread out now nationwide. This is a company, I think they have a good model. The issue I think with this company, and you know, you can try it for yourself. I'm just doing this so that you know what you're getting into before you get into, giving you that transparency. The money issue, I don't think the money is worth some of the jobs. I actually was on the truck, one of my trucks last October, doing a move, and the guy was selling his couch, and the guy who was buying the couch from the customer that we were moving hired a guy off of Dolly. Now, what he didn't say was that the couch was on the third floor. It was a sleeper sofa, this, that, and the third. The guy got there, saw it was a third floor, saw it was a sleeper. He was by himself. He started cussing, hollering, complaining. And I'm like, well, man, what is the app paying you to pick this couch up and deliver it? He said $105. He said 105 effing dollars. I'm not going to curse. So me knowing a sleeper sofa on the third floor, you call my company to move a sleeper sofa within the city, third floor, you're paying for an actual move. I'm charging you for 2 men $100 an hour with a 2-hour minimum, and I'm charging you an $125 truck fee. You're going to pay $325 to move that couch. He walked off the job. The customer ended up having to pay our company to move the couch. All right. $105 is not a lot of money. That's a 2-man job. So basically what I'm trying to tell you about that app is when the customers go in and scope out what they have to do, there's ways they can manipulate it to think that they're saving themselves money. And I don't think the app should be able to allow them to do that. And then what happens is when you get there, it's just a cluster F, and it just turns into a bad situation. I think that their platform, their model should be better. But this goes back into what I was saying back when I was speaking to in 2014, when I was speaking to the owners. I'm like, man, this is Like it doesn't work for the contractor, because man, these customers will tell you one thing, and I know this just from experience in the moving business. They'll tell you one thing to get you there, and thinking they're saving money, because we'll turn stuff down, and then when you get there, it's something else. And that's the problem that I see with Dolly. The consumer can manipulate the app into saving them money, because the app charges them up front. It charges them up front, so they try to manipulate it to save them money in the long run, and then it becomes an issue. TaskRabbit, I think, is a good one. Another one similar to Thumbtack. The only thing about TaskRabbit is um, the consumer pays the app, and then you have to wait for the app to pay you. And I just think that technology is a little bit behind as far as payment. I think it should be more instantaneous, as every app has pretty much went to that more instant pay model. Thumbtack does hold your money. I guess the reason why they do that, in case there's any disputes. But other than that, as far as the scope of work and the transparency, it's a lot better app than Dolly when it comes to like carrier work, delivery work, moving, things of that nature. The transparency is there. The only thing that I think they can improve on, like I said, is maybe the instant pay. The review system is good. um, I have no complaints about Thumbtack. Basically, after I said all of this, the conclusion is what's better, or the thing is what's better, contract versus app. Now, the best way I can answer that is it all depends on the individual. When you get into a contract, let's say with T Force Final Mile, doing Office Depot, that's 5 days a week. That's Monday through Friday. And your pay scale is going to range, because it's all based on the consumer, whatever the volume is for that particular day. So it's not going to be the same every single day. Now you can take that and run with that, and then maybe on Saturday and Sunday you can jump on one of these apps. Or to the people who may be a little bit more mechanically inclined, may want to take their chance and increase their earning potential on some of these apps. If you look at GoShare, that 100 and what was it, 100 and what was it, 109, 109, let's see here, drivers learn more, let's see. All right, so that up to 171 to 102, even if it's on the low scale, for an individual in their van that's working 5 to 6 hours, if you go for 8 hours, I think that's excellent money. And it's going to be better than if you put yourself in a contract. So you're looking at, let's say, $71 on an 8 hour scale. It's about $560. Um, you're not going to make that type of money on a contract, and you're probably going to do less work. Um, I don't want to say less work. You're probably going to have less stops, because the thing with when you're dealing with like Waco and you're dealing with T Force, if you're maxing out your piece count, and I'm just going off of experience for running this contract, you get 200 pieces. I've had routes that had 60, 70 stops, which some people say, well, that's not that bad compared to like a DSP person. But with DSP, they're delivering like phone cases and chargers and I don't know, whatever, uh, webcams and stuff like that. There's small packages. When you're delivering paper, like those big boxes of reams of paper, throughout the course of the day, lifting those papers, though, that's like 40 pounds or so. That's a, that'll wear on you. You know what I'm saying? With the Go Share, it may be a few stops for Costco. Now those stops may range. You may have to deliver some chairs. Somebody might buy some tables. Somebody might buy, I don't know, a lawnmower. It can vary, but it's not going to be 60 stops to make that type of money. It's not going to be 60 stops. So I think the reason why no one complains about GoShare is because they're making money. And I think it's a wait list, if I'm not mistaken, to get on there. And this is probably why I think they have the best platform when it comes to not even just cargo van, even a box truck. And they have not guaranteed, they have dedicated routes for trucks. And if you got a fleet, they got opportunities. They got Bob's. All right, Bob's is running with them, and they're also running with Select Express. I know Select Express is paying about $650 a day for up to 15 stops. And in my experience, 15 stops in this market is pushing close to more 750, 850. You know what I'm saying? So, there's opportunity there. So me personally, um, at this point of knowing the game and being in this industry and seeing the change in the game, if I were to get in now, knowing what I know, knowing what I've seen, seeing the transition happen in my career, I'm personally gonna take my chances. And you can do what you want. I'm just telling you, I'm taking my chances going gig. I'm taking my chances going gig with a van because there's plenty of things you can do. You don't have to do the same thing, everything. If I got 3 people tomorrow, it's Black Friday. I got 3 people that Saturday, or 4 people, or 5 people saying, "Hey, come mount my 85-inch TV." That's $200 each job. That's $1,000. I'm going by myself. I'm going to have the customer or the customer's husband or whoever. I'm going to say, "Look, it's just me. You know what I'm saying? It's $200 to mount an 85-inch. You don't want me to hide the wires. Okay, it's $200. All right. I got everything. I got my drill. I got my impact drill. I got I'm mechanically inclined. You know what I'm saying? I know studs are 16 inches apart. I got my stud finder. I'm going to go mount that TV. I'm going to do that 5 times. I just made a G. And I had the customer help me lift the damn thing onto the mount. Now, the next day, I might have a Go Share. You know what I'm saying? And the next day, I might have this. And the next day, I might have that. The next day, I might not do nothing because I might have just checked the big bag for 3 or 4 days and I can actually take this day off and rest. You know what I'm saying? That's me because I see where the game is going. But to each his own. That's the presentation. I wanted to break down some of these companies. I broke down the ones that I've actually had experience with. I broke down the ones that I actually know from the inception. I broke down the ones that I don't have experience with that I researched so that I can give you guys the information that you've been asking me for. And the choice is always going to be up to you. For those of you that want that security and stability, then you may want to go that contractual route. I think the easiest way to go contractual route is Waco, if that's in your market, or T4s with those office supplies, because it's simple. It's simple, and I know you can make at least up to, I don't want to say at least, you can make up to about $425, $430 a day, and that's if you're getting a maximum piece count. It's just like any other lane where you're dealing with consumer buying. That volume is going to fluctuate now going into like here's another thing. When you're going into like your holiday season, those last 2 weeks of December, all of January, volume is going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Why? Because schools are going to be closed, offices are going to be closed. What do a lot of people do during the Christmas holiday? They go on vacation. So there's not going to be that much volume. January historically is dead. Always has been. This past January was an historically unusual high volume, but that's because we know stimulus carried over. A lot of people were still receiving stimulus earlier this year, so they were still buying. But January is always dead. Retail January and retail don't get along. it's dead. So, if there's something you were to jump into, let's say now, just expect the last half of December, all of January to be dead as a doorknob. And that's what happens when you get into contract. You got to kind of know the seasons, and regardless of the economy, you got to know the buying patterns, and when normalcy is in place. You have to know the buying. So going into, let's say, if you're running, let's say, Office Depot or Staples all year, and you're knowledgeable, in November you can't screw off your money, because second half of December, all January is going to be slow. You might go to it's times I sent trucks to Dynamics for Office Depot, 9 trucks, and 3 or 4 of them came back. Nothing on the dock. Nothing on the dock. So it's something you got to know. So there you have it. That's the presentation. That's my info. The floor is open for Q&A. I'm gonna scroll up and try to answer some of these questions when I was going on my spiel earlier. I appreciate everybody for coming in, checking out the live. I'm gonna start answering questions. I'm gonna go to the top. And we're gonna go from there. Let me kill this. All right. I'm looking at state contract for state library carrier service. Do you have any advice on pricing? State library contract. I'm not even familiar with a state library contract. The only state contract I know that I've have experience with is the lottery. So I can't even tell you about how to price that out. I don't even know what you'll be moving. Books, I'm assuming. I don't want to tell you something. I'm just not familiar with a state library courier service. Amazon taking logistics licks now, but they are constantly improving. They are going to get to the point where they won't need UPS post office. They will have their own delivery service. I think I answered this, but they got their own delivery service. In order for Amazon to get rid of United States Postal Service and UPS, they're going to have to increase their footprint. There's zip codes that Amazon just doesn't deliver to in low density areas in middle America, rural areas, and this is who they rely USPS and UPS for. I know me and Cruz had this debate the other day. He said UPS needs Amazon, UPS needs Amazon, and we actually debated this on live. So, and I disagree, because if Amazon does need UPS, because a big part of Amazon Relay is people picking up at the Amazon facility and dropping off at the post office. So I just don't understand why. I don't know. Relay, you pick up and you drop off at the post office, so it's clear who needs who. You know what I'm saying? So the only way Amazon is going to be able to get rid of those conglomerates is if they expand their footprint, which means they're going to have to continue to build more fulfillment centers, more sort stations, and they're going to have to expand their footprint across the United States to the pack where they're able to cover every single zip code. The thing, though, with Amazon is they prefer, I believe, to focus on the more high density urban areas. One, to cover those low density areas, it's very expensive. It's very expensive. And I understand a lot of people don't understand this. You kind of got to know these things. Where you in order to know certain things like this, you got to kind of operate in certain manners. It's very expensive to deliver in these rural middle America dead areas. You got to understand, Amazon is a global company. All right. There's areas out in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking about when you get so far out, your phone lose signal. Ain't no lights. The street lay out there, middle of the night, no lights. You can't see nothing. Those people order on Amazon too. And it becomes expensive going way out. That's why it's cheaper for them, and they let UPS and USPS handle those deliveries, because they don't cover those zip codes. So, I'm not saying that they're not going to build out their infrastructure, but currently they don't have the footprint like that. They have a big footprint, but it doesn't cover every zip code across the nation. They see the saturation with box trucks and using it to advantage. If you're asking, if you're talking about the rates, I think Amazon, and this is what people forget. Amazon is a business. Their whole purpose is to make money, not to help people out. They're going to do as much as they can to make them more money. All right. It's about them. All right. People that get that big, they don't get that way from being kind hearted. They get that way from being shrewd. They get that way from being shrewd. All right. Not from being kind hearted. They'll give you a little taste, but they're not in the business to make people rich. They're in the business to make themselves richer. And I think that's what people like. I like, how do I say this? People got to get away from the fact that it's Amazon. I think people get caught up with the fact it's Amazon, 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 Amazon. Yo, you got to get away from that, because at the drop of a dime, they can just turn your lights out. And I see too many people holding them up here like they can't cut they cut their lights out. Don't think they can't cut your lights out, because they can. All right. So, their whole mission is to make money, to make them richer. Remember, this guy is getting a $500 million yacht built in the Netherlands right now. And one of their contractors, there's a lot of fatalities involved around Amazon every year. But the one that bothers me the most, and I'm gonna keep touching on this. The one that bothers me the most, is that 1-year-old, because it was a real collision. And the only thing Amazon had to say was condolences. So I have to remind people of this. And just for transparency, I don't even know. I bought the article for that day. Hold on. Yeah, so I don't got access to it no more. I did, but I gotta sign in. I gotta see what Eric email address I use. But the mother is still fighting. Well, she's not fighting. She's saying that neither the contractor nor Amazon is taking accountability. Amazon didn't even fire this contractor the same day or the next day. This contractor continued to run for 2 months. You see what I'm saying? So, man, I just, I don't hold them like a lot of people holding them. I don't hold them up there like that. You know what I'm saying? There got to be some type of moral compass. When you that big of a company, you got to have some type of moral compass. And that's just how I feel about that. What's going on? The stock split made it affordable to gain more money. It did. Peak has not even come close to last year, not just because of the slowing economy, but also using the box trucking gain to their advantage by lowering rates and creating competition. I don't like, when did you get in the game? See, that's what I'm saying. Who says they lower? Who says these rates aren't normal? See, that's what I'm saying. People that keep trying to compare these rates to last year, you cannot compare these rates to last year. You can't. And this is what I be talking about. Now, Mr. DER, I don't know when you got into the game, but who says these rates right now have been lowered? How come these rates haven't been corrected? I keep explaining why the rates were the way they were last year and the earlier part of this year, but this goes back to what I keep saying over and over and over and over and over again. But people that got into the game last year, they got in at a time where things were not normal. And they think when the rates went down, it's like Amazon and the freight brokers and everybody punishing. Nah, it went through a correction. The people that's trying to sell you that you can get rich off of Amazon, those content creators, they don't make content no more. They don't make content. You got Cruz over there frustrated because he's dealing with, he has to constantly say the same thing over and over too. Like those people that sold that dream, they're not around no more. They check their bag. It's a few people still checking bags off these $10,000 coaching sessions and these mentorships. But man, I don't think Amazon is creating competition and all that. I think there's more people entering the space. I think the space is popular and there's more people entering into it. I think there's more people getting into it. And I think the volume is not as high as it was. Well, I know the volume is not as high as it was last year, but I don't think they're creating competition. I don't. If I'm starting out, what do you suggest? Amazon Flex, contracts, or apps? I'm doing this part-time and financing my Sprinter van. I have a full-time job. Which direction to go, my brother? I think you should sign up for all of them. You can't do contracts, obviously, because you have a full-time job. So I would definitely sign up for Flex and any other app you can sign up for. And I think you should look at them all when you're not on your full-time job, and whatever's paying the best, I think that's what you should go for. I think you should go for sign up to all of them. I watched it live and I think Motivation realized Amazon slowed as well. I think I read that one already. Just signed on, but I'm a vet with Flex, been doing it suddenly, but new to try and relay with a Sprinter. You can't do relay with a Sprinter, only 26 footer. Where do you find info on consumer behavior? I think I answered that one. Appreciate and glad you're speaking to Fast Mark. People are crazy to think people are offering freedom, scamming everywhere. Hey, it is what it is, man. People gotta find who they want to follow and follow them and stay away from the BS. But they gotta do their due diligence. I think a big part of staying away from the BS is just doing your due diligence. Stop falling for the lights, camera, and the smoke. Listen, when I come on here, I'm in a white tee, and I say this all the time. I'm a white tee. I'm in or a V-neck or something. You might catch me in a Nike t-shirt, just came from the gym or on my way to the gym or whatever you have you. It's very rarely that I show you. My whole thing is I want you to hear the words that's coming out my mouth. I'm not trying to sell you a lifestyle. I'm not trying to sell you a lifestyle. And I think a lot of the scammers, if you pay attention, most of their content is selling you the glitz and the glamour. You see the glitz and the glamour, and that's what you feed into, and that's what you buy into. They're not telling you anything about, they're promoting you to buy their course, buy their course, buy their course. They're telling you to buy their course while they're driving their Bentley or their whatever they're driving. Doesn't that tell you something? Why would you spend $10,000 on a course when, like I showed the other day, another tidbit for those who didn't watch it, we went to 3 of the top mentor coaches, I guess you can say, Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins, and Ty Lopez. Only Grant Cardone had his rates up. And this guy has a jet with his name on the side of it. You following me here? His wife, now he charges $40,000 a coaching session. His wife charges $10,000. Now this is the woman that lays down with this man every night. So she pretty much knows what he knows, right? They're husband and wife, right? So if I ain't got the 40 and I got the 10, I'm gonna spend the 10 with her. I'm gonna try to get as much information out of her because I know she knows somewhat of what he knows. She might not give me everything, but she gonna give me something that he would have gave me to for the 40. And that's what I can afford. That's what I'm gonna roll with. Now these people got a jet with their name on the side of it. So what in the hell makes you think I'm finna go get a box truck person 10 grand? It don't make sense. So That goes back to what I'm saying earlier. Yeah, I called out the scams. I did the live. I called out the scams. Now it's up to the people to do their own due diligence. Go watch the 4 hour live. Do your own due diligence. You know what I'm saying? But some of these people is just obvious. But like I say, Mark, keep reminding yourself, not everybody's from a fast city. Not everybody from New York. Not everybody from Chicago. Not everybody from LA. Not everybody from these fast talking city slicking cities. Some people are just nice human beings that grew up, like I say, in middle America, who's just kind of green to the scam, and they don't know no better. I have to keep reminding myself that, because sometimes I'll be like, how do you not know that? How do you not know that? That's how I have to keep reminding myself. I can't be mad at scammers. They constantly reinvent themselves dispatching. Yeah, they're gonna constantly reinvent themselves. Constantly. And guess what? A lot of the people that was talking box trucking earlier this year, the next thing you know, they stopped talking box trucking, they started talking dispatching. So when the rates started to drop, they got out. They started talking dispatching. Like, they're gonna keep moving around. See, you want to talk to the person who's being transparent. They tell you when they're making money, they tell you when you're losing money. I'm very transparent. I tell you all the time, like, bro, I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It's rough right now. I can't find people to I want to cuss. I can't find people to work. It's hard finding people to work. It's hard finding people to keep. And here I've been in business going on 14 years, and I'm transparent with you. I'm not going to sit up and say here. When I do my final mile consultation, I tell people the hardest thing is going to be able to, the hardest thing in final mile is finding people to work and reducing claims. Those are the two big issues you're going to deal with right now. Why? Because a person can go get a pickup truck and make $71 an hour. I just showed you on Go Share by themselves. So why are they going to come carry a refrigerator up 3 flights of stairs for Mark? They used to, but all these opportunities didn't exist. This is transparency, telling you when it's good and telling you when it's bad. If a person not telling you the bad sides because they never seen the bad side, one, because they probably never done it, they probably really not doing it. They just selling you. They're selling you a dream. It was one point for years where I never had to post a job ad. People would come to the office every day. You hire. Hey, Mark, I got somebody want to work. Hey, Mark, I got someone to work. Man, workers was endless. Nowadays, man, come on, please stop playing. I go to some restaurants and it's a sign, lobby closed. Long line in the driveway. Go sit in the drive-through. You get to the drive-through. When you get to the front, why the lobby closed? Oh, it's just me. No one showed up to work today. So I'm cooking, I'm doing the fries, I'm flipping the bird, and I gotta do so I can only operate from the drive-through. Now I don't know how everybody else market is, but it's like that here. It's to the point here, you go to a store and they got a sign, a store that in typical time wouldn't close, a sign on the door. We'll be back in 20, 25 minutes. A whole department store, one person working. They got to lock the store down just so you go take a pee. Times have changed. So anybody that's not telling you, and I don't care what lane you're running for this, one of the major things is finding workers. This game has evolved into a do-it-yourself. I watched a guy earlier this summer, moving company, family-owned moving company, been in the family for years. This man was on the news crying because they about to go out of business. He said, man, I'm short 12 guys. I'm short 12 guys and diesel is high as hell. And we're controlled by a tariff. It's only so much we can charge. This man was on a grown man on the news crying. Transparency. So I get it, but sometimes I just be like, yo, how do you fall for that? I don't, it is what it is, whatever. Trying in the DMV entire area with relay. Common doesn't talk to everyone. Man, you can say that again. New to this channel, what's PC? Not PC peak season. Sorry if I don't know. Peak season, not PC. Sorry about that if you didn't make it out. Let's see. Hey man, what's up? Hey, just joined the live stream. Got a question. I'm starting a cargo sprinter van business. Within the next 2 weeks, I'm in Massachusetts. What's the best way to open an LLC and how to name it? Go to your Secretary of State, or go whatever your Secretary of State website is. Go to your Secretary of State website for whatever your state is. They should have like a corporate search, corporate LLC search. And I'm gonna be completely honest. This is how it is in my state. I don't know where you say you're in Massachusetts. I don't know how your Secretary of State is set up, but your Secretary of State is what handles your corporate filings. So if they have a website set up, I would go to your Secretary of State website for your state, go to the corporate search listing, and just go through the process. And then it's $150 here, and you can get it in 10 days. If you want it expedited, next day it's $250. But you can get that from your Secretary of State website. Now, there's other third-party apps like Taylor Brands and stuff like that. Yo, I don't promote them. I don't whatever. I heard some okay things. I heard some bad things. It's something you can do yourself with your Secretary of State. My first business that I started, I went through my accountant. This man charged me $750. And I'm on the other side. I'm on the other side of the desk. He's on the computer. What do you want to call the company? I give him a name. He's like, that's taken. You got another name? I give him another name. He says, okay. I'm thinking he on the other side doing some high-tech stuff that I can't do myself because I didn't know no better, right? The man charged me $750. I'm not mad at him. I can't knock his hustle. That's on me for not doing my due diligence. He paid $250 for my corporation because he had to expedite because he emailed it to me the next day. The EIN is free. He made $500 for something he did in 3 minutes. Every business I started since this, once I found out how to do it myself, every business after that, I do it myself. It's $150. I don't get it expedited because I'm planning ahead. It's not something I need very next day. I pay $150. I wait up to the 10 days. The EIN is free. Once I get the articles of incorporation and the email, first thing I do, go to the bank, set up the business bank account. You can do it yourself. Secretary of State. I wouldn't recommend a third-party app or website. My man Life Journeys has an excellent box channel. I got to check it out. Never heard of it, but I'm going to go look for it. Like they say with stocks, trade with the chart, not your heart. Same in trucking, I guess. Run with the charts, not your heart. Not off hoping. Exactly. Not off hoping. You gotta. I think a lot of people spread hopium because it was in their best interest to sell whatever it was they selling. Then you got a lot of people out here that bought into that, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? But the best thing I can do to reduce that from happening is continue to put out transparent, good content and flood the algorithm. That's it. That's the only thing I can do is flood the algorithm with good, wholesome content. But unfortunately, the scammers are going to get through to some people, and then that's what they're going to do. So you got to do your own due diligence to a certain point. Even if you come across a scammer, you still got to do your due diligence. You still got to do your due diligence. You still got to do your due diligence. This is not a regulated. This is not a regulated, like YouTube is not regulated. It's not like if you want to know stocks or something like that, and you have to go to a financial advisor, someone who's licensed to give financial advice. Like there's nothing like that in place for YouTube and content creators. You know what I'm saying? You have to do your own due diligence. You have to. And I know you're like, well, it's easy for you to say, Mark, you've been doing this for a long time, but Mark also had hiccups. I didn't have hiccups because I was misled. This platform, as far as YouTube, as far as what we're doing right now, live streaming and all this shit didn't exist in 2010 when I got started. YouTube back then was just a place to share and upload and share like your family videos and shit like that. It wasn't to the point where it is now. There was no monetization. You didn't have people making money. None of that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the trials and tribulations that I went through, yeah, I remember going on a job, my first refrigerator dropped. I dropped the refrigerator. I dropped the damn thing. Didn't know how to carry, didn't know how to do nothing. Dropped it. The guy couldn't really trip. Why? Because he hired us off Craigslist. I had to eat that. Tore up a leg. I remember the first couch I did, tore that lady's couch up. One, didn't know how to angle it, didn't know how to maneuver it, and didn't have the physical strength at that time to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? That type of work, as far as not lifting it, but maneuvering. If you going up, this Chicago, we got third floor walk-ups, fourth floor walk-ups. These walk-ups be kind of tight. So to be able to lift that thing and go up the stairs and keep it up here and have it at my chest and not be able to go all the way down, be able to transition it from my chest up, you know what I'm saying, while the guy's at the bottom so it doesn't fall on him and so we don't nick the wall. And some of these things I'm talking about, some of y'all probably know what the hell is he talking about, but if you move, you know what I'm talking about. I didn't have that upper body physicality. I had to get it. So the whole way up, I'm tearing this couch up, tearing the wall up. It wasn't wrapped. Didn't know what shrink wrap and this that. I'm learning as I go. Safe to say she didn't pay us. So you know, I learned from trial and error. But if you're gonna take advice, and not let's say not even take advice, if you're going to hire a person, you're gonna pay a person that type of money. I'm talking about thousands of dollars, $10,000, and you're not doing any type of research on this individual or this person, then I don't even feel comfortable sending a person that type of money. You know what I'm saying? For a box truck? So it can, like, come on, bro. Like, I don't know, man. That's every time I think about it, it just I don't get it. I don't get it. At DR, I found his channel today. All the scammer's gonna do is make new channels and new name with new scam. Pretty much. That's why I say it don't make sense chasing them. Will cargo van app companies use small box trucks too? Yeah. I just showed you. I don't know if you asked that before we got to Go Share, but Go Share, yeah, see, this is all Go Share. This is what they accept, and this is the earning potential. So, and then they run fleets too. They accept fleets too. So yes. So yes. Appreciate if you can speak to any differences that exist between cargo and sprinters in terms of loads, hours of operations, commitments, expenses versus profit and scalability specific applicable to Cali. All right, so the difference between cargo vans and sprinters is really no difference, just the size and the engine. Sprinters are just a Mercedes. They just a higher, longer. They're spec'd out different. But then Ford came with the Transit that has a similar spec. So a Sprinter and let's say a Transit compared to like a Chevy Express, obviously you got an option to get that high roof, whereas with a Chevy Express cargo van you don't. With a Ram ProMaster, you do have that option to get a high roof, but the Sprinter and the Ford Transit, their spec is a little bit bigger and longer. ProMaster doesn't have that long wheelbase spec, whereas Mercedes-Benz Sprinter does, and that Ford Transit does. Me jumping into the game with a Sprinter, if I was going into the game for a van right now, I'm definitely my decision is definitely going to be between either a Sprinter or a Ford Transit. I'm going 3,500. I'm going double wheelbase 3,500, clearance lights, everything, because I want to be able to do everything. If I want to pull a dump trailer up to that thing, I want to be able to hook that up comfortably and be able to have that towing capacity. I want to be able to put that thing on the road. I want to be able to maximize my earning potential by having the space and the weight capacity. So that's what I would do. I understand that everybody's going to be able to jump into the game going all the way 3,500. You know what I'm saying? So if you can't go 3,500, I would at least say get 2,500. I definitely would get the 2,500, and I would get the high roof. I would get the high roof. If it doesn't have the wall built separating the cabin from the cargo, I spend the money on that cage. Um, I know when I bought a van back in 2015. If you buy one new, they accessorize that. They give you up to like $1,000. I don't know if they're still offering that. They gave me up to $1,000. I could pick in the book for accessories, and I chose the cage and something else. But yeah, I would go Sprinter cargo van. So I spoke on the vans, loads, obviously with the Sprinter and the Transit, you're going to be able to fit more because you have that high roof option. A lot of these apps, um, the vans don't hit that DOT requirement, so you might not have to. And that's depending on the state. See, here we're regulated on top of the DOT. We have what's called the Illinois Commerce Commission here. So regardless of what you're delivering, if you're delivering on a commercial level, even if you're delivering pharmaceuticals in your personal car, you have to have an Illinois Commerce Commission number. It's considered an ICC number. You can fly under the radar. A lot of people do fly under the radar. But if they catch you, they're going to fine you. The first fine is about $750. The second fine is $1,000. The third fine, that's $1,500, and they seize your vehicle. All right. There's other states that self-regulate. Texas is one. There's some other ones. So you got to do your due diligence based on your state. Expenses versus profits. That all depends on what accounts you run, how hard you work, what type of vehicle you purchase, what your note is, things of that nature. Now, what I can tell you, I've only purchased one van in my time. I've rented some vans back in the day, purchased one. When I told the story before, when I was looking to purchase one, vans and pickup trucks really hold their value really well. So when I was looking for a van, um, I wanted to use van. They all came in at around 150, 190,000 miles, 22,000, 23,000. When a brand new one was 28. So I'm like, I might as well just spend an extra six. They're giving me 5,000 on a rebate anyway. So, and then now getting $1,000 in add on. So it doesn't make sense to spend 22, 23 on a used van with 150,000 miles. I can spend $6,000 more and get a new one for 28. And that's what I did. So cargo vans really hold their value depending on what your credit looks like, how much money you're paying, how much money you're playing with, would determine what your expenses are going to be and how you go into buying that. Scalability, plenty of scalability with a van. Here's something my research has shown. There's a lot of women that are interested in cargo van. One, because they're scared to drive these trucks. Most of people that contact me as far as cargo van are women. And I see that because when I see a lot of the DSP drivers here in my market, they're women. A lot of women are doing a lot of jobs that you used to see men doing. I see women garbage guys, men here. I see a lot of women van drivers. So I think it's a market for scalability if you're targeting the right demographic. I think if I were to jump into the van game now, which I guess I kind of in, I can kind of transition some work to van work. But let's say if I wanted to scale a van contract, right? I think I probably have better luck scaling a van contract than I would scaling a box truck. Obviously, I'm not doing well scaling. I got trucks sitting. So it's not even with me scaling, it's with me filling the seats with trucks that I have. So I know that's not something that can be done right now with the labor issue. But I think if I were to go out and purchase some vans or maybe trade some trucks in for some vans, I think I may have better luck with the vans. One, because I see the interest in vans. Two, I have people that that I personally know. I got a homie that does security, and it's a job. I said, you know what, I can't drive your truck, but if you go get some vans, I'll come drive for you 10 hours a day. I just don't want to maneuver one of them big ass trucks. So I think scalability for van is good. I think um, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I think it's possible. I think to reach those big numbers, like I did on the cargo van live stream about 2 to 3 weeks ago, I actually did an example of what let me see if I still got that loaded in here. Let me see if I still got it loaded. I might still even have it loaded in here. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see if I still got it loaded. Yep, I still got it loaded. All right, so here's an example. This is from a live stream I did maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. All right, so let me close this so everybody can see it. So this is a chart that I did, like final mile versus cargo van. An average cargo van. This car is a cargo van. I couldn't find a little emoji for a cargo van. One cargo van on average can make about 72,000 a year. It takes 4 cargo vans running strong to equal what one final mile truck can do in a year. One final mile truck running strong 5 to 7 days a week, about $250,000 a year. All right, it takes about 15 vans running strong, all right, to do a meal a year. All right. So it definitely can be. Now scaling 15 vans, running it consistently with that many people, because if you're running 15 vans, you really need about 25 to 30 people to run it. All right. Because you have to plan for call offs and days offs and things of that nature. I don't know about other people's markets. I can speak on my market. I think I can probably scale a van. Getting to 15 people, I think is going to be very hard from a person in my position, because Amazon contractors are having a hard time. You go on Indeed every day, every single Amazon DSP contractor is constantly hiring because the turnover rate is very, 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 very high. And the reason why it's very high is because of the demand and the pressure and the metrics that they put on them. All right. If I was running, it would be similar. It wouldn't be similar metrics, but the demand would still be there. All right. The demand would still be there. All right. I'm not going to put people on these metrics, but I also understand that the earning potential for a cargo van is a lot lower. So what the margins that I'm playing with for a cargo van, I'm only going to be able to pay a person so much. You know what I'm saying? And if it's just one of those times where volume is really, it's just high, you know what I'm saying? It's just going to frustrate a person and they're not going to want to come to work. They're going to quit. So that's just the honest to God truth about cargo vans, as far as the commitments and what else you say, expenses, profits, scalability, specifics applicable to Cali. I know what you're talking about when you're talking about Cali. You're talking about AB5. The only thing you're going to be able to do is hire them on a employee basis. You can't contract. You can't contract them out. You can't contract them out. Even if they came to you with their van, you're providing the work, the opportunity, you have the contract, you still got a W for them. All right. They got to do a W-2, and that's how you got to roll. Because there's no such thing as leased on. It's either they own their own trucking company or they're an employee. There's nothing in between anymore. All right. So as far as Cali, they're going to all have to be W-2, which means you're going to have to pay unemployment insurance. You got to pay Social Security. You got to pay medical, all the employer-based insurances that you get taxed for every quarter. You're going to have to deal with, and this is what I hate. Oh, I hate this when you get the letters from what's the child support. Then that's just more work. You would think child support the government would just automatically take money out people's checks for child support. They expect you to do it, and if you don't do it, they fine you $100 a day. So all of that, you got to deal with all that when you're dealing with an employee. You got to deal with all of that, and that's the thing I hate the most. I hate dealing with child support. When I get those letters, man, you got to take this out. They expect I have to deduct the child support, whatever the child support. They tell you what it is, how much the deduction is. you have to deduct it. All right. You have to deduct it. And then I have to mail it to them. And if I don't mail it within a certain time frame, they charge me. So it's more work for me. So you got to deal with all that as an employee. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's going to cost you, it's going to cost you more money. Unemployment insurances, that's another thing you're going to have to pay. That's quarterly. Um, it's a lot, and that's why when these people be talking about they making this much money, my first year where I grossed a M, it cost me $800,000, meaning that M that was grossed that year, throughout that year, as that M was coming in, it was going right back out. 800 grand was spent. So when people saying they doing this, they doing that, they doing this, they doing that, I just, because if that was the case, I would have been a millionaire fucking 7-8 years ago. So I don't know, man. So that's the specifics to Cali. You're gonna have to go employee based. So that's something that you really want to look at. Those margins are very small with a van. They're even smaller with a van than what they are with a truck. So if you don't have that much leverage to lean on the contract provider, then I don't know. I really wouldn't want to promote it. And then with your governor out there, y'all might have some extra stuff going on out there in Cali. Y'all governor something else out there. Um, but I do want to also be transparent and say that right now, all these lanes, especially the cargo van lane, is more a do-it-yourself based lane, and as time goes on, it's going to further go that way, and it may actually consume the entire space. Being do it yourself, it's going to be harder and harder and harder for companies to find workers. Go share is good, but it's not enough work. That's I heard it was good. The work part, I don't know, because I don't know what market Black August is in. I'm in a large market, so I don't know. It may be different in different markets, but I did hear it was good. Great information. Thanks, Jim. I lost 60 pounds working with T Force. I need to go work with them again. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. We were with T Force when they were Dynamics. You know, the freight is there for Office Depot if you're in the right market. You're in the right market and you have the right route. All right. So you got to have the right route. That paper ain't nothing nice. I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of paper, guys. You're going to have some ink cartridges. You're going to have some staples here and there, some ink pens, some pencils, and things of that nature. Even people get paper towel and stuff like that. But for the most part, the thing that comes from Staples and Office Depot is paper, printing paper. Rhodey sucks in North Carolina. Yep, well, I said that too in the live stream. Haven't heard anything good about Rhodey. I did say that, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think UPS has spent the time and actually money investing into the app. I think when they bought the app, they just kept it rolling. I think if UPS actually spent some time and spend some money into the app with their volume, their consumer customer base, right, with their footprint and with their network, I think it'll make the experience for the consumer that gets deliveries with UPS better, because I think that turnover time can be reduced. They don't have to build it out. UPS is already built out. The only thing they have to do is incorporate that app into their intranet and figure out a way to mirror or mimic that Amazon Flex model. And I think, man, I think Rhodey will be something to contend. It's just not there now. I've had bad experiences with most apps except GoShare. Haven't tried them yet. VNC, what makes it bad? The pay or the workload? He said pay. Let's see. What is the best lanes or categories for a 17-foot U-Haul box truck because of its low deck? Here's the thing. I would only recommend buying a used U-Haul truck if you're in the moving business. It's not really conducive if you're running like middle mile because it's not dock high. U-Haul has a patent on their trucks. They build their boxes out. I used to be a U-Haul dealer. I got a chance to tour the one of the U-Haul facilities where they build the boxes in Cherville, Indiana, which is about 25, 30 minutes outside Chicago. And they have it set to make it easy for the consumer to step up into the truck. They're a household rental truck company. I think middle mile, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to use those dock ramps every time you run something middle mile. Final mile, you're cool because you don't have to run that ramp. You could literally just step up into the truck, and moving is even better. I think that that U-Haul truck is gonna it's gonna frustrate you running middle mile because literally every dock you go to, and because of the way their ramp is, I think if you use the ramps, I don't think that thing is going to be dock high. They have a low step up deck, like it's built like that, like they built it like that for a reason, so most consumers that are moving themselves can just step up. You know what I'm saying? So I would say final mile and moving. I wouldn't even. I know it's done now, and I don't want to be like, well, man, you shouldn't have bought that truck. But U-Haul trucks, I usually tell people don't buy a U-Haul truck unless you're gonna be a mover. But I understand those U-Haul trucks they resell for a lot cheaper. But U-Haul really doesn't sell their trucks like they sell their trucks like they truck gotta be 20 years old before they sell it. You know what I'm saying? And I know that from being a dealer. So yes, that's why UPS surcharge for rural and houses in mountain areas. You really teach on margins. I'm shopping for a van for myself only right now. Prices are crazy for transit sprinters, etc. Any advice on where to find good deals? I haven't been in the market for a van. Like I haven't looked. But like what I can say from when I did buy a van, look to see what the new van rates are. If the new van rates aren't too off from the used van rates, and you have the credit and the financial capital to go buy, I would buy a new one if the rates if the amount isn't too far off. Just like I said about 20 minutes ago, cargo vans and pickup trucks really, really, really hold their value. Um I bought a cargo van in 2015. I got out of it in 2016. And like I said, when I bought that cargo van, it was only a $6,000 difference from what the average cargo vans were going for versus what a new cargo van was going for. And I bought a new one. Cargo vans don't they hold their value really, really well. Cargo vans and pickup trucks. In 2016. I bought a brand new uh top of the line silver. I spent 61 grand on the thing because of the whole issue now with the supply and demand for vehicles, and being having a luxury pickup truck. They're offering me $32,000 for me to get a truck back. They said write me a check. This truck almost got 100,000 miles on it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's good money for a truck that's 6 years old. You know what I'm saying? With 92,000 miles on, I bought it brand new. So, and if that's going to be the same thing for a cargo van. If you buy a cargo van, let's say that was, let's say, a 2016 cargo van, now it's still going to be going for top dollar, and we talking about over 100,000 miles. I'm curious to go look, but I want to answer these questions. They just hold their value. Oh, I got a super chat. I didn't even know I had one. I'm sorry. Hope I didn't have you waiting long. You really teach on margins. I'm shopping for a van for myself right now. Prices are crazy. Any advice? All right, it's the same person. Yeah, sorry about that super chat. I didn't see it because I'm running off whatever this app is. What is this shit? StreamYard. Let me open up the live on another platform so I can see the chat as it popped up, just in case something like that comes up again. I want to be able to pull that up right away. Sorry about that. But yeah, I just answered your question. Yeah, I would seriously do a compare and contrast of used vehicles versus new vehicles, and just keep in mind that cargo vans really do hold their value. What else? Prices are crazy, and advice on where to get a good deal with a cargo van. I'm not going to even lie to you. Me personally, for something like that, I would try to find something at a dealer. Um, and that's just me personally. You don't have to do that. If I were to jump into a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter right now, or Ford Transit, I would really try to find a Transit at Ford, or I try to find a Sprinter at Mercedes. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I would do. I don't know what your budget is, but I don't know what your budget is, but what would I pay for it? And then, like I said, let me take a look at something real quick. Let's take a look at something real quick. I'm gonna go to where I want to go. I want to go to cars.com. This is how I usually look for vehicles. I haven't looked for a cargo van, but since you asked me that question, let's take a look. Let's take a look at I want to take a look at new and used. I want to take a look at I want to take a look at new and used. I want to take a look at, let's say, Mercedes Benz. I want to take a look at, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I want to take a look at Mercedes Benz. I want to take a look at Sprinters. All right, so I know what I said I would buy the 3500. I'd probably go for the 3500 XD, but for the sake of the live, let's go 2500. Um, let's go no max price. Let's go 50 miles, and let's go here. All right, so let's filter this out too. Let's filter out oldest year. All right, so these are these 2500. These are these little things. I'm not getting one of these little things. I want the big boy. All right, here's a big boy. 2018 Mercedes Benz 2500 high roof, 315,000 miles. They want $25 for this one. No in the hell way. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I'm looking for the big boys. Here's a uh, here's a long one. And this one is 45 with 67,000 miles. I guess that's not bad. It's kind of high from when I was looking at cargo vans, but I gotta remember, times have changed, so I gotta keep that in mind. Um, I'm trying to find a good one. I'm gonna go look at the 1500s, but the 1500s really don't have that long wheelbase. But then I want to look at the Ford Transits. Here's a 2020 with the long wheelbase for 56 with 12,000 miles. I don't, and see, this is why I probably would go Ford Transit, because you're gonna save a little bit of money. 8,000 miles, 58,000. That's just, I'm not spending that much on a van. I bought a van brand new for 28,000. Hold on one second. Let's take a look at new and used. Let's take a look at Mercedes. I want to look at the 1500. Um, I want to look at the 1500 Mercedes. And then I want to look at let's see, Mercedes Benz. I want to look at the 1500 Mercedes. Then I want to go look at the Ford Transit. Let's look at the 1500. They only got four. See, those 1500s they too little, man. I mean, to each his own. You can get a little one, but like this smaller than the big boy, 24,000. They still want 50 bucks for it. Look at this, 30,000 for. I'm not spending 50,000 for this little bitty boy when I can go get the long boy for damn near the same price. Yeah, these joints are high. Let's take a look at the Ford Transit. Let's take a look at the Ford Transit. Ford. Let's see, Transit. I want to start with the 350. I want to filter from the oldest year. They don't even have that many old ones. And I left the years open. So the oldest they got is a 2020. Oh, no, they don't. Here go 2015. Why would they put, because that's sponsored. All right. So okay. So now here's and I'm going to be honest with you. This is high. I looked at a Ford Transit 3500 single wheelbase. It was before the pandemic. It was a 3500. It was a high roof, brand new. It was $33,000, brand new. This is a Ford Transit passenger, obviously for the window, so we don't want to look at that one. Here is a 350 base for 16 with 200,000 miles. That's a lot of miles, but I don't like. I like the high roof. And see, those high roofs are 35, and we're looking at for 350, 350, same thing. 95,000 miles, 28 grand. This place, I know this place has a lot of vans. Yeah. Yeah, these vans are high. I haven't. All right, here's a this is dual wheelbase. I can't tell from the picture. 50,000, 48,000 miles. It's a Ford Transit. I can't tell from the picture, that shadow. Is this a dual wheelbase? I'm about to look at the specs. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. And do a good job of taking the pictures of shadow. Let's see. Drivetrain, wheel drive, gasoline, V6. Stop, backup camera, stability, keyless entry, tow hitch. Yeah, I think this is dual wheelbase in the back. But at 48,000 miles, 50,000. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. That is a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I know what these vans were going for prior to the pandemic. But these are 350s. Let's take a look at the 250s. Let's take a look at the 250s. Transit. It's 189 250s. All right. 30,000. And here's a work one now. 2015 is a little bit older. 30,000 miles, which is not bad, but it's $41,000. And like I said, I looked at a 2015. In 2015, it was actually the same color, brand new. It was $33,000 back then, brand new. So it's higher now. This is a dual wheelbase. No, this is a single wheelbase. I'm sorry, this is a 250. Single wheelbase, 250, which is stronger than the 150. High roof. Let me look at the inside. I think it's kind of high, but man, we know what's going on right now. So, but this is kind of high. 41,000. I probably wouldn't want to spend no more than Man, what would I want to spend on this? Maybe 20, maybe sometime somewhere between 25, 30. I'd be willing to spend 41, but I'm gonna look at the 150s too. I want to look at the 150s too. Here's another one for 42,000. Was that the same one? That was a different one. Here's another one for 42. Here's another one for 41 with 34. So I guess that's the going price. And all of these are at the same dealership. So they probably bought this from at an auction from a business that auctioned off their fleet. Maybe they went out of business or something. 48,000. Yeah. 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 I would want to stick in like the low 30s, maybe late 20s. I'm not going to dig too deep into this because I want to look at the 150s. But I did want to do this since he did a super chat and kind of take. I know I'm scrolling past these short bodies with these low roofs. To me, if I'm going to spend 39 for this short body with a low roof, I'm just going to spend the extra 3,000 and get and get the long base with the higher roof, so I can have more. And this is something, if you do go looking for a van, this is something you kind of want to remember. This, we just looked at 3 long wheelbase high roofs for 42,000 around the same miles, and here's a short wheelbase low roof for 39. I'm gonna spend the extra $3,000 and get the extra capacity. It's gonna open you up to more earning opportunity. You rather have the extra space than not have it. 19,000 miles for 47,000. This boy clean, but I'm not gonna spend. Yeah, it's clean. I'm not gonna spend 50,000. This boy clean too. It's clean. So let's look at the 150. Let's look at the 150, and then I'm going to join the chat again. I just want to see what these prices are. Let's see here. Transit 150, 150, 150. So it's more 250s on the market used than 150s in my areas. 189 250s, 97 350s, and only 56 150s. All right, here's your $20,000 ones. You got the 99,000 miles, 26,000, 163,000 miles, 20,000, 30,000, 1999, 222,000 miles. So here's 100,000 for 26, 17,000. These are long wheelbase. They just don't have the high roof. 240,000 miles. Ford makes a strong vehicle, though. I can give you that. So 240,000 miles. I wouldn't shy away from it because I know they make a good engine and a good transmission. So I wouldn't shy away from it. 18,000, 188,000. I just don't like that short. I gotta have that high roof. That's me personally, but to each his own. But to answer his question, there are some vans out here. Now, if you go to 150 route, the E150 Transit route, there's some affordable vehicles. 188,000 miles is not bad for this vehicle. I can vouch for a Ford engine and transmission. Ford makes a hell of a truck and a hell of a van. They make you see those old Econoline vans, you see those old 90s and early 2000s, people still riding them things. It's certain cars from 20 years ago are just extinct already, right? But there's certain vehicles you still see out here on the road that are still prevalent out here on the road, and you still see those Econoline vans. So I think, this 2016 150, if you're not me and you're just fine with this van, I would definitely go the longer wheelbase still than the short wheelbase. But 18,000, 188,000 miles, 188,000 miles is nothing to be ashamed of for this. It's a workhorse. It's a workhorse. It's a van. This thing can go the distance. You may have to replace a transmission, but that engine gonna be strong. The engine gonna be strong. Let's just take a look at a few more. 23,000, not bad. Don't like those short ones. Let's see here. Don't like the short ones. Long ones, 29, 32. They're getting into the newer one. That's why they're getting higher in price. So yeah, I think I think I think I think you're I think there are some affordable vans. If you stick with the E150, around 150 to 200,000 mile range, I wouldn't shy away from it. You know what I'm saying? All my used vehicles had over 100. I think the smallest amount of miles I got on a used truck was 175,000 miles. So when it comes to like trucks and work vans, things of that nature from certain makes and models, I think Ford, 188,000 miles for $18,000. If I was really in the van and you really didn't care if it was a high roof or a 250 or 350, you know you're just going to be doing like package parcel things of that nature. You have no plans on hitching a trailer to it at any point or anything of that nature, then I think that's a good bang for your buck. I think that's a good bang for your buck. Corey Jackson, what's going on? But once again, Ori, Yuri, Casita, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Have my class A debating whether to start small with cargo van or just save up more money to get tractor. If you have a class A, CDL, I would be going working for a company. I wouldn't even be thinking about no cargo van. You got a class A CDL. All right. A cargo van would be now, and if you're looking to do this as an extra stream of revenue and you're not wholeheartedly looking in jumping in the cargo van running it yourself, that's one thing. But if you got a class A CDL and you're looking to buy a cargo van to work in it yourself, I'm telling you, you can make more money working for a trucking company with your CDL as an employee, as a company driver. And I'm being honest because a lot of homies I got, they work for companies here and they checking the bag in the threes a week. All right. So, I wouldn't, with a class A cargo van would not be something that I wouldn't be thinking about it. As far as buying a tractor, to each his own. That's a lot of responsibility. You hear about box truck people complaining about when they truck break down. I know it's a part of the game, so I don't really trip. That tractor, owner operator with a tractor, man, that's a different game. That's something that me personally, I don't know. I don't like that tractor breakdown. You talking about, man, damn near every time you go to the shop, you talking about 5 racks. So I don't know. But man, if you got a class A, man, I would be trying to play that CDL game. I wouldn't be thinking about no box truck. I mean, no cargo van. That's just me personally. Have you ever tried Shipley or U-Ship? Yep, tried Shipley one time. Never thought about it. Never looked at it. Don't want to look at it. Don't care about it. Don't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't. I never did Shipley, but they kind of the same. U-Ship, run from it. Run from it. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of everything. Stay away from it. You've been warned. I will always pay for a moving company anytime I have to move because I hate moving. And that's a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? And they're the same reason you will pay for a moving company is the same reason people don't want to do it no more. It's hard back-breaking work. I talk about this move I had to hop on. I remember the date. This year, August 27th. It was a move from hell. I had to hop on a route where it had 2 call-offs. So not only did I had to cover one of the guy, I was still short a guy. My back's still hurting from that job. You know what I'm saying? So I understand it. I get it. And that's why I tell people like final mile of moving is not It's not what you think, but your biggest issue coming into this game is finding. It's going to be finding people to run. You're going to find somebody to work, but are they going to stick around? I've had people work and not come back the next day. I gave up looking for people last year. The last guy I hired, man, one, he never had a belt. His pants was always falling off his ass. Like, this ain't the time, bro. You can't be. How are you gonna pull up your pants when you got furniture and you carrying something? Your pants falling down. Just unpresentable. And like this generation now is just like this type of business is just like I'm just you just can't find like 10 years ago, man, my cousin just got out the joint, man. Can you, yeah, tell him to come talk to me. People getting out the joint 10 years ago, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't these opportunities. The best thing going where they could make money was carrying furniture. Anybody tell you in the moving business, all right? I could finesse getting some of these guys into some of these final mile contracts. That's why I did a video, how to get your, and that's what I'm saying. I'm transparent. I'm going to tell you everything, but people don't click on those videos. I got a video telling you how to get in a final mile company with a background. Go look how many views it got. How was I able to get felons into these logistics companies? I told you how I was able to get them in. But getting back to it, 10 years ago, anybody that was coming home from the joint, I can give them work. It ain't like that no more. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like that no more. And these guys, these younger generations, moving is a young man's game. There's some OGs in it still, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep it 1,000 out with you. It's a young man's game. At 42, I'm not as agile as I was at 32, and I'm an active gym rat. I go to the gym. I go to the gym too much. You know what I'm saying? And still, I can't do what I could do 10 years ago. All right. So same thing. Uh Going back to the movement, like it's a young man's game, and we know the young people nowadays, they into other things. They ain't trying to carry nothing. So yeah, I agree. That's why it's hard finding people for final mile. That's why it's hard finding people for moving. And that's why I'm always transparent and tell you I don't tell people and sell people like, yo, I tell them. I think some people I scare away, but it's the actual truth. It's going to be hard finding people to work. And if you do find somebody to work, the hard things will be, I've had people that work one day and then the next day they can't get out of bed because their body is just like, yo, doing 2-3 moves a day or doing constant furniture delivery a day, all day, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 stops. I'm telling you, it's excruciating, hard work. And I've been saying this. I don't tell people, man, yeah, come on, you can check a bag. Yeah, you can make 250. One final mile truck can make 250 grand a year. But why do you think that? Because of the labor. Because of the labor. But at the end of the day, that labor, I'm telling you, is not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, can you help get us customers like you said that you would do, or also you said you'll have, I don't know what this DR8 Vets Network. What is that? And DR8 Vets Network. Can you retype that? What about 2011 Ford Econoline 250 350? Would that work for cargo van classification for Go Share lower room or extended? I think they had a I think Go Share. I don't know if they got a year spec. Oh, let me look real quick. You know what? You're gonna have to go to Go Share and look at and see if they have a requirement on the year. Those Econoline vans, as long as it's a cargo van and they don't have a year specification or year requirement, rather, you should be fine as long as it's a cargo, not a passenger, and they don't have that requirement. You should be okay. I don't see why not, unless they have a year requirement. Okay, which app is the best paying for minivan and cargo vans? Depends on what you want to do. Oh, you said apps. So for apps, I would say based off the information, I would say GoShare. I would say GoShare. GoShare is going to pay the best. Okay, what pint you have of talking all might we already know. I don't know. Let's let's talking about making money and together how to get customers. So if you're looking, listen, if you're running app based, you're not gonna have you. It's an app, all right. It's an app, so you're gonna vary from day to day. If you want consistent, dedicated, know what you're getting into, I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm just gonna say, if you don't mind, can I just say ZD? Um, you're gonna have to go contractual, and I would recommend in that format. If you're going contractual, I would recommend T4 Sawako. I would recommend T4 Sawako. I think the office supply is going to constantly be there because schools aren't going anywhere, offices aren't going anywhere, hospitals aren't going anywhere. Um, Office buildings aren't going anywhere. And I'm speaking from experience. These are the main businesses that order those supplies, and a lot of those places order in bulk. So if you catch the right school, high school, or something like that, you may be able to just do a few short stops if you got a few pallets of paper. All right. So now you're talking about customers. Customers an app base. It's an app. All right. It's an app. So it's all going to be based on what the app provides on a day to day basis, day to day basis. Do you know any carrier apps that don't ask for DOT and MC Lasership? If you're talking about vans, a couple of them, if you're running vans, don't ask for that because some these vans don't require it because of the weight. Now, going back to what I spoke on earlier, if you're in a state that regulates, like here, our state regulates, regardless of what vehicle you're in, if you're doing commercial carrier on any scale, I don't care if you're in a Toyota Prius, if you're running for a logistics company doing whatever, you got to have an ICC number, Illinois Commerce Commission number. Texas, I think it's called a USDOT, a TXDOT or something. There's some other states, I think New York, some of the other states, they have a separate regulation other than the DOT. So even though the DOT might not require you to have a DOT number because the vehicle is less than 10,000 pounds, the state may still require you to have whatever their specific regulation number is. And here it's called a carrier permit. It's $65. Um, you get an ICC number, um, and they regulate it. I don't. It could be a money grab. I don't know, but it's regulated here. ICC regulates the trucking. They regulate the trains. They regulate the energy. They have their own police. They do stings. Uh, they regulate it. So you got to check your state for that. But none of the apps require if you're running under that 10,000 pound DOT. What they will tell you is like, hey, we're not responsible. Check with your state, know your state laws, know your state requirements. We're not responsible. So they're going to send you to work. Um, and that's what they say in the it's not even fine print. They tell you that up front. No, never tried Mothership. I actually signed up for it to do it here just so I can create some content based around it, get my thoughts, but it's a waiting list. Still on the waiting list. Haven't been able to get in yet. I'm solo. I have my authority. Would you go OTR expediting with a 16-foot Penske with liftgate suggestions? I mean, if I mean, your earning potential is going to be lower. That was one of the things we talked about on the live last week. Well, Cruz brought it up to Vic about this guy, this channel small box trucking, who said he was making $7,000 to $9,000 a week in a 16-foot box truck. Now, that's one of the things where I look at and I just know what I know and I move on. I think you can make money. I think your earning potential would be a whole heck of a lot better if you had a 26-foot box truck. Um, can you make money? Yeah, you can make money. You're gonna have to run that partial game. Um, how much money you can make, I really don't know. I can't really tell you. I'm not gonna sit up and tell you you're gonna make a whole heck of a lot of money because I know you're limited. That's something that you would have to try, and depending on what is a good amount of money for you is what you have to figure out. Me personally, if I'm gonna go out and run OTR, I'm just gonna go for it all. I'm gonna do it right the first time. I'm just gonna go 26 so I can maximize my earning potential. Um, I think with a 16-foot box truck, depending on what market you're in, you should be able to find uh carrier work locally with a 16-foot box truck. Amazon is garbage account. They don't pay good and they don't respect drivers. They threaten drivers like garbage shit. To each his own. Everybody knows how I feel about them. I got into a whole debate the other day about Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that subscribe to my channel know how I feel about Amazon. So I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I don't do Amazon, so I can't say that from a person who operates them from that perspective. My perspective has always been from a moral, ethical perspective. I just don't. I don't. I did critique the metric system that they have. It was debated. Was it a punishment? It was debated last week that it holds drivers accountable. And what I did was I dispelled that. I dispelled that the very next day by by uh uh by discussing this situation. And I'm gonna always bring this up because guess what? Amazon has a metric system to hold drivers accountable. But guess what? The contractor that killed this little boy's brother, the brother that died was 1 year old. This boy is 3 and he's paralyzed. Amazon hasn't held that contractor accountable. All right. This mother is still trying to get accountability from Amazon and the contractor. Amazon said condolences. The contractor was fired 2 months. It took 2 months for Amazon to get rid of the contractor. After the contractor killed this boy's brother and paralyzed him, they continued to run the following day for 60 days. For 60 days. So this is one of the reasons why I get into Amazon's ass, because the guy is building a $500 million yacht, but the only thing they could give to this poor lady was condolences. And this is not the only situation like that. It's not the only one, but this is the saddest one. This is the open and shut one because it was a rear end collision. He ran into the back of them. They were in car seats. This guy at one point was making $200 million a day. One day's pay for this guy would change this lady's life. It's not going to bring back her 1 year old. It's not going to make the 3 year old walk again. This is why I have an issue with Amazon. So yeah, I hear you about the whole their shit and all that, but I don't never speak from that perspective. I always speak from an ethical, moral perspective. I don't understand how a person that makes that type of money can sleep at night. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what's going on. And you wonder why so many Amazon drivers get into accidents and why the fatality rate is high compared to all their competition, UPS and FedEx. UPS and FedEx drivers have a very stringent, excessive driver training. And this is why they don't have these issues. So, you know, so I get you, but I don't run Amazon. So I get you though. Sprinter business is dead. Garbage rates are garbage. Very low, high cost maintenance. Diesel cars. New Sprinter 60,000. No work. Everybody is quitting. Oh, yeah. To each his own. Cargo vans are the best short runs. Let's do it. Less expensive. Let's talk real story to get cargo vans local work routes. We've been talking about that. We've been talking about that. Everything is high right now. So, you got to kind of shop around and do your due diligence. And I think what people are failing to do right now is exercise a little discipline and exercise a little patience. Look, this game ain't going nowhere. It's not going nowhere. All right. The players are going to change. The game is going to evolve. The game is going to change a little bit, but ultimately it's not going anywhere. All right. So, what I tell people, look, I know there's an eager to get into it now, but exercise a little patience, exercise a little discipline. You know what I'm saying? Certain things are going to have to correct itself. All right. Your cost of entry could ultimately, in the long run or in the short run, make you or break you. So once again, exercise caution. You know, have a little discipline, have a little patience. Don't jump at the first thing you see because you're anxious to get in. You think, well, you know what? I'm just gonna work really, really hard and just pay it, whatever. It may not fall into place like that. It may not fall into place like that. You know what I'm saying? So once again, exercise a little patience, exercise a little discipline. The game ain't going nowhere. The players may change, the game may change, the game may evolve, but ultimately it is not going any place, especially that last mile sector. That last mile sector ain't going nowhere. Middle mile, I think a lot of people are going to be in for a rude awakening, but I ain't going to touch on that again because a lot of feelings be getting hurt when I get to talking like that. The feelings get hurt. That middle mile ain't no end all be all. I'm trying to tell you, it ain't an end all be all. I'm telling you, make plans. Don't think it's gonna last forever. That middle mile game, and it ain't gonna happen this year. It ain't gonna happen next year. It may not happen in 2025. But I'm telling you, that middle mile game. Everybody that's doing all this goofball stuff now, middle mile, all this shit that's going around back in place. I'm telling you, the plan is already in place, and you're gonna see. I would try to get involved into something that is always going to have some type of human, some type of human, but some people tell you, oh, yeah, Amazon ain't going nowhere. They're not going nowhere. But guess what? As technology evolves, as technology advances, companies are going to do what's in their best interest. And you know what's in their best interest? Make more money. And you know how they make more money? By reducing costs. And you know what one of the largest costs is in any business? Labor. Come on, man, stop playing. Like stop playing. If they continue to order these autonomous vehicles, these autonomous trucks, it's only one lane they can go in. We know final mile involves some type of human interaction. So the stuff got to go from the van to the porch. There's only one thing I can think of that doesn't require a human for an autonomous vehicle, and that's middle mile. That's middle mile. It's middle mile. It's happening already. Walmart is running. They're already testing. They're running Dallas to Houston and back. That corridor. Walmart is doing it already. Fully autonomous. They're doing it. So you think Amazon not going to do it? They already ordered 1,000. They're getting built. Sprinter vans use diesel. Yes. The big boys do. Them 350s do. Mark, if you were new in the game, would you start a box truck business or cargo van business? Thanks for your time, brother. If I got into the game right now, I got to answer this question. If I got into the game now knowing what I know, and I know that's kind of because if you get into the game, you don't know. So, but let's say I know what I know and I got into the game now. Would I start a cargo van or box truck business? Me personally, I would probably, if I had the people to work with me, I want to say box truck, but I'm gonna have to say cargo van. And here's why cargo van. Because I understand I understand that this business has turned in, and it's turning in, it's turned in, and it's turning in each passing day to a do-it-yourself business. You know, I keep reiterating the labor issue. You know, the labor issue. It's hard finding work. The best information that I tell people is find something that you can make great money in, that doesn't that you don't have to rely on others. And if you can find something that you can build and make great money in that doesn't rely on others, that you can automate, even better. All right. Even better. So I would have to say the cargo van business. I would have to take the lesser of the money, but I know I'm going to go out every day and do what I got to do in that van and work. And I don't have to rely on if this person is going to show up, because even if I get a box truck, let's say starting in, and I'm just doing two man small deliveries and small moves, studios and one bedrooms, right? If that partner that I got that's working with me day in day out doesn't show up to work one day, I can't work. I can't move a couch by myself. I can't do a one bedroom move by myself. I can't do a studio by myself. You know what I'm saying? Studio move. It's just not, I can't do this stuff by myself, right? So I would have to do something where my soul, I can only rely on myself. So I would have to start, the way I would answer this question, I would get a cargo van. And here's a box truck final mile guy telling you they would get a cargo van in today's times. So that's why I'm saying, like, transparency is very, very important. I'm not going to say, I'm telling you, the hardest part is finding labor. I'm a guy whose expenses are minimal. Trucks been paid for years. I don't have the expenses that a lot of these other guys have. You know what I'm saying? And my biggest issue is finding employment. No one talks on that. No one talks on that. Everybody's talking about how you can do this and how you can do that, how you can do this, scale, 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 scale. Scaling, and I know this is one guy that's talking about scaling with the rental truck, and that's like a double crap. It's like crapola. I'm really trying not to cuss here, because we know what the rental thing is, and we know, and I know that hiring people is just, people ain't, nah, man, that shit shit don't even make sense. It don't even make sense. So yeah, cargo vans, man, that's the way I would go right now if I was getting into the game. It's safer. You're only dependent on yourself. That's like 26 foot going 60K plus. That's too much. My guy always official. T Mitchell, what's going on? I just started my own moving company. Do you have any advice for me? Yeah, hire solid guys, train them very well, very, very well. Never stop training. Never stop training. Create a employee handbook. It could be a digital handbook, whatever. Sign up for a company called rocketlawyer.com, pay the subscription. Do what's considered create an employee handbook, and anything and everything as far as claims and payroll payment deductions, you need to include that into your employee handbook. Have them sign off on it, because claims is going to be one of those things that in the moving business can break you. All right, you get the right claim or the wrong claim, I should say. You may not be able to come from under it. So get that employee handbook. Continue to train on maneuvering equipment, train on the equipment, train on maneuvering. Also, moving is a business where the customer is not always right. You know what I'm saying? Customers are going to be in situations where they're going to be like, "Don't worry about it. Just get it in here. Don't worry about the wall. We'll do this." And you're going to have a guy that, okay, is going to take that verbal okay, and then they're going to do it, and then the customer's going to be like, "Well, what about my wall? You're going to do it. You're going to scratch the wall. You're going to nick the wall, and then at the end, well, what about my wall? Well, you said, oh, don't worry about it. Well, you're the professional, so you got to have those waivers, those verbal waivers, those verbal consent. Hey, boss, they're saying, there's no way we're going to get this in. We can get it in, but it's going to scratch the wall. It's just no way. It's like squeezing a watermelon into something the size of a lemon. They saying don't worry about the wall. All right, man, I'm gonna send you a e waiver. If you're not on a job, you got to have all this stuff in place. You send it to the person's phone. The customer shows it. They read it. You have all this set up with Rocket Lawyer. They sign right there on the phone on the app. Boom. Now this is verbal consent that you're saying that if we bring this in, if we damage the wall, you're not holding us reliable. You're not holding us responsible. So now when they do it, they can't hold you. So Rocket Lawyer is something that I have. The subscription is 100% worth the money because it's instantaneous. You don't have to be there. It's not something, well, we'll check your email. What's the customer's email address? No, I'm going to send it to the mover's phone. He shows it. Boom, it's signed. Boom, we put their email in. So they have a copy. We have a copy. It's done. It's done. So claims is you're going to be your biggest challenge as long as you have the proper systems and processes in place and the training. I think you'll be set to go. The only thing is, I think is going to be keeping people. Don't. What I did when I was first getting started up, I worked my guys to death because I just was hungry. I was hungry for the money. And then what I realized for the guys that have been with me since early on, by doing all those jobs, those labor intensive jobs, I just was draining and beating these guys up. I think two jobs a day is good. I used to do 3 and then I dropped it down to 2 because man, people are human. And I look back on some of the things that I did early on, and it was out of greed, and it was just out of being young. And I would, man, we need to do 3 moves a day. And I felt because I was out there too. But look at me now, I'm in good shape, but there's things that are never gonna be the same. My shoulder injury, my lower back injury. I fell off a truck twice back in the day. Saved a lady's couch, but bent my leg back the opposite way. So a lot of those things. So another thing is workers' comp. I don't know what state you're in, but moving is a very labor intensive, taxing job. You're gonna have to make sure you have something in place. I pray and that nothing ever happens where it puts you in a situation where someone really gets injured. But that risk is there. I had a guy go through stairs. We were doing a job carrying radiators. It was a rehab on a home. The customer he wanted the radiators powder coated, so we were hired to move the radiators and take them to the powder coating place because the home was old. It was faulty. The weight of the movers, the weight of the radiator going down the stairs. One of the stairs gave. The guy's leg went through the stairs. The radiator fell on the guy. I think I told the story on another live before. So things like that happen. Freak accidents happen. He didn't sue me. I talked him out of suing the customer because the customer was real rude and really all he cared about was goddamn stairs. And I'm like, what about this guy with this radiator? At your home right now. You know what I'm saying? Because he can sue all of us. Well, he works for you. No, he works for me, but he's actually on your property doing work and providing a service for you on the property. Yes, he can sue the company, he can sue our insurance, but it's your property. So he can also sue you too. You're not on our insurance as additionally insured. You're not on our insurance as additionally insured, and valuation only covers you up to 30 cents per pound per article. Even if you would have purchased the depreciated value, even if you would have purchased the full value, it would have only covered your items at either a declared value, which is depreciated, right? Or full value if you would have purchased that. You only get valuation at 30 cents per pound per article for free, and that only covers the item. It does not cover physical bodily harm due to your faulty stairs, sir. So he had to shut up, and I had to do what I had to do. I had to cover this guy's hospital expenses, and I had to do the right thing. It's a part of the game. So just keep in mind that this is a labor intensive job, and have some bread put to the side for situations like this, because it's not something that, if you don't carry your workers' comp, which you don't, depending on some states don't have to because it's not enforced. If you get into a situation like that, you want to have some bread to the side to keep keep your guy at bay. The last thing you want to do is go sit in them depositions and all that stuff. That ain't fun. And I can tell you, I've been through them. All right. So that's my best advice for you for starting a moving company. The internet generation don't want to work. They don't want to work. They can, they can make money streaming and playing video games. So I can't really say I don't blame them. If I could make money when I was 21, 22 playing NBA Live 95 or NBA Jam or what else was out back when I was 20? Um, uh, what's that? Grand Theft Auto Vice City on PlayStation 2 and make a lot of money. Shit, I wouldn't have went to work either. So I can't really say I don't blame them, but they definitely lazy. I tell you that much. What are your thoughts? The U.S. running out of diesel. Um, I think that's I think they're spreading a lot of FUD. I don't think they're gonna run out of diesel. I think it's FUD that they're spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're causing um they're just causing hysteria. I don't I don't I don't think they're gonna run out of diesel. It's come across my desk. I've seen some articles on it. That's not something that I that's not something that I think is gonna happen. I'm not really I'm not really worried about that. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're fine there. I think that's just a lot of FUD being spread in the media. Um, I think you can find both simultaneously. I think there's enough opportunity out there that you can once you get a van, you can sign up for an app. A lot of these final mile logistics companies that run cargo van final mile, they're always hiring. They're always hiring because the turnover rate is high. So I think the opportunity is going to be is there. Oh, let's see. What is this? I've been following you on YouTube. What's the next step after I start my LLC? You start your LLC, you need to go get if you're in the box truck, you need to go get your DOT, your MC, get your BOC3, start finding an insurance broker. I recommend you get an insurance broker. After you get your LLC, hopefully you got your EIN. After you get your EIN, I would go choose a bank, go set you up a business checking account, and then do all the other stuff I said. Absolutely right about two-man job. Cargo van is better option for now. Yep, that's what I said. It's very, very, very hard to find good drivers. It's hard to find good drivers. It's hard to find good helpers. It's just hard. It's hard to find people right now. It's hard to find people. And when I say that I'm 1 foot in and 1 foot out, I really mean it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm toying with the idea of finding a broker, listing the moving company for sale, and um and I just I can't save the day every day. I understand that it's coming to an end. You know what I'm saying? I'm transparent enough to be honest and say that. I tried all last summer to just find people, and the quality of people that are applying for work. I'm not going to send these people in somebody's home. By the grace of God, I've made my money. I'm comfortable. I'm not thirsty as I was in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013 when I was first getting started. Not that I was sending sketchy people into people's home. I wasn't, but thirsty to the point where I was hungry because I was new and I wanted it all, and I seen the bigger picture, and I wanted everything that the opportunity could bring. And I would work my guys to the bone, and I would be out there with them. Like some moves, we'll work to 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, be back at the yard at 7:30, 8 o'clock. That was unfair to them looking back. That was unfair to me. You know what I'm saying? My body should have had time to heal, but I wanted all the money. So everything that I was able to do back then, everything that I wanted, I've done it. I've traveled the world. I've driven the fanciest cars. I bought myself a nice a condo, but the sacrifices that came along, a lot of sacrifices came along with that. I can't find the type of people that I was able to find prior to the pandemic. And the people that are coming to apply, they're sketchy. I'm not going to send nobody, anybody into people's homes. I'm not going to do that. I got a moral compass. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do it. So by the grace of God, I done made my money. So I have to think, Mark, you know what? Well, on track Chuck and call him Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm not finna send Pookie and Ray Ray in nobody's crib because I wouldn't want nobody to send Pookie and Ray Ray in. Well, man, Mark, you got to do what the other moving companies doing. What the other moving companies doing? Man, they going to the Home Depot or they going to the U-Haul and they hiring the muscle for hire. Well, I don't know these guys. These guys might be rapers, they might be killers, they might be thieves and things like that. I'm not going to send somebody that I haven't vetted, went through a process, a hiring process, into somebody's home, because God forbid if something were to happen, guess who's going to be held liable? So I'm supposed to throw everything away, including my reputation, including my name, including everything that I built to make myself a successful person, all over a 6-hour move that's going to probably net me will gross me maybe, let's say, $1,000. Nah, it ain't worth it. So, it is what it is. You're absolutely right. Not finding good drivers, finding people right now. Finding people is my biggest, most challenging, most frustrating, most biggest headache that I got, to the point where I'm ready to say, to hell with it. And guess what I'm paying, guys, for moving? I'm paying $25 to $60 an hour. $25 to $60 an hour. If it's a third floor, you're getting $50 to $60 an hour. Still can't find nobody to work. Still can't find nobody to work. You talking about $60 an hour. $60 an hour. Make PPP loans great again, man. And PPP loans made things bad. And PPP loans made things bad, man. I can't even say them PPP loans. You know what? I guess for some people they did good, but I think what those PPP loans did is they showed some people, it gave some people, it made lazy. Everybody ain't cut out to be no businessman. Everybody ain't cut out to be no businessman. And a prime example of that is a lot of these cats that's in these rentals that refuse to bring them back. That's cars getting declined because of what an honest business person would do is they would accept their failure, they'd turn their truck in, and they go back to the drawing board and then figure something out, instead of making it hard for a person who is trying to get into the game that has good intentions, that can't come in now with let's say a fair price, and not even only a fair price rental, but without all these stringent restrictions, because the rental truck companies just don't trust this new wave of I guess box truck, middle mile, final mile moving entrepreneur. They just don't trust them. You know what I'm saying? They don't trust them, and they think that probably not, well, with the way things are, they're just not gonna make money. And I can't say that I don't blame them, because their business is their trucks. That's the asset. That's how they make their money, and they have to protect that at all costs. And they have to do what they're gonna do. So bad apples have ruined that. That ruined that. So, and a lot of those bad apples were part of the PPP bunch. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That was the last question. This has been a great live. Was 7:30? I've been on for another 4-hour live. All right, another 4-hour live. There's no more questions. I think this was a success. I went on a rant earlier. All right, so I'm done with the transparency. I'm not calling out no scammers. I think we got that out the way. It's just all great content, valuable educational content over here. If there's no more questions, I appreciate everybody for checking in. Not sure if I'm gonna jump on Tuesday. I may jump on, may not jump on. I don't know, because I feel like when I was doing it every Tuesday, I was spending my time putting these PowerPoint presentations together, and people would come. But then, I feel like I do a live stream last week, and it was a great live stream. It was a great live stream, and I just think certain people want that. I'm just not here for that, bro. I'm not here for that. So my time is valuable. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to be putting PowerPoint presentations together for people who don't want to hear. I just don't got time. I'm like what Kirky was saying, and even what Cruz was saying, like how he feels drained. I'm starting to feel like that too right now. I'm really starting to feel like that too, and and it's a big part of it is because of the just everything that's going on. I think the box truck community could be a lot bigger. Unfortunately, I wasn't around last year when all these guys came into the lane and was selling people dreams and spreading hopium. You know what I'm saying? But now I think so many people done got burnt. It's just like what On Track Trucking was saying earlier in his live stream. I think so many people got burnt. It's just left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth, and that's why it's not looking too good. Do I think reefer box is better than regular box truck? I think reefer box truck gives you another alternative. But here's the thing about a reefer box truck: it's a lot more responsibility. If you're running a reefer load, your driver has to be responsible for setting that temperature, and and I'm not gonna lie, I know people that run semi trucks sometimes they forget to set them temperatures, and then they're responsible for that load. There's certain dry things you can't put on a reefer truck. You know what I'm saying? You got to be responsible for checking that temperature. It's just a lot more responsibility. Me personally, I personally wouldn't run a reefer truck because I don't want to be responsible for that load and putting that responsibility. I don't trust people. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust people as far as I can throw them. So, I've had an issue with someone tore off the roof off a 26 footer. So, you know what I'm saying? You don't see how low this viaduct is. I can't trust the person who's going to set that temperature. They might have a whole thing of shrimp in there. Now the whole truck, the whole 26-foot box truck, a whole load of shrimp is ruined because on a 90-degree summer day, this guy didn't set the temperature. Now I have to do the thing. Do I still have this driver drop the thing off and don't say nothing? Or do I do the ethical, moral thing and be honest and say, look, man, this load ruined. My driver didn't set the temperature, man. This is shrimp, man. I don't want nobody to get sick and get hit for that load. I don't want to do it. So that's my thoughts. Whenever time people ask me about reefer, me personally, I don't want to do it. There's a good example why I didn't want to do it. I'm going to stick with the dry cargo. Like you said, there's lots of bullshitters and scammers and assholes. Good job, man. Definitely a lot of bullshitters, scammers, and assholes. You just have to filter through the BS, do your own due diligence. And if it sounds too good to be true, it's like my mama always told me, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. All right. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If someone is selling you only positives, a person who's in business is going to tell you the positives and the negatives. If there's no negatives, they're not telling you nothing bad. I don't want to do business with that person because anybody knows that's been in business, it's not good 100% of the time. It's just not. So I'm not going to buy into a mentorship or a consultation with somebody that says, "Oh, well, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Let me show you. Let me show you how I made." See, this is the lingo. Let me show you how I made. Let me show you what I did. Let me show you how you can scale your box truck business to a 7-figure business. Da, 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 da. Let me show you. Let me do this. Let me do that. But they never say, you know what? Man, this was a bad week for me this week. Let me share this with y'all. Like how I can share my bad things with y'all. That's how you know a person is being transparent. That's how you know a person is being honest, because guess what? In business, it's not always good. It's not. Is the maintenance higher on a reefer too? Yeah, because you got the cooler. You got an extra piece of equipment that can go out. That cooler can go out. So that's one more thing that you gotta get fixed. You gotta get maintenance. Everybody tells you can make $1 million for one day for box truck and furniture are scammers. Well, here's the thing, $1 million is not hard to make. It definitely can be made, but if their whole marketing is around making you a millionaire and they use $1 million in their verbiage day in and day out, that's how they're marketing whatever it is they're selling, you might want to do a little bit of due diligence on that individual, because obviously they're trying to sell you something. Like, guys, like, some of these people, they've been in the game 2020, 2021. And like I said, I've been doing this since 2010. I got way more experience than the person who jumped into the game last year. All right. And I don't have anything for $1,000. All right. I'm selling 1 hour. And I said I was going to go up to 199 for my 1 hour once I hit 5,000 subscribers, and that was going to be it. And I still didn't do it. I hit 5,000 subscribers, I'm still 175. All right. So you can get 4 consultations with me for $500. So if somebody's selling you something for $4,000, $10,000, that tells you they've only been doing this since for a year, like, where do you figure out you're going to get a value from something? I have to be honest, like, it took me to say that I fully understood this game. I say I didn't. It took me 7 to 8 years. I started in 2010. I say by 2017, 2018, I could say I was a master at this. No way in the first year. So if you want to go out and spend that type of money with somebody that's documented that they've been only doing it, and they say I got into this last year and I made $1 million. I don't know. I don't know. It took me 4 years to gross my first M. 4 years. And that was during my takeoff phase. That was the 1 year that everybody has in your 5 stages of growth and your 6 stages of scale. All right. The takeoff phase is the year when you take off. Everybody that's successful over a tenure of time has that takeoff phase. That takeoff phase for me was 2014. It wasn't nothing nobody could do to stop me. Everything fell into place. Everything fell into place. I didn't even go looking for money. The money was coming. People was calling. Everything I could do, I did. Everything happened in 2014 for me. That was my takeoff year. That was my first year. I did $1 million. I made so much money that year. I went and bought my condo. I didn't scale up. I didn't start with a starter crib. I moved into the building and bought the condo that I wanted, that I have been looking at for years. I said, man, if I can ever, and the reason why I knew the building is because I was in the moving game. So I've been in the building, I did move. I said, man, when I ever really get to a place, this is the building I want to move in. And I did it. It didn't happen in a year. It took me 4 years to reach my takeoff. So when people say they did $1 million the first year, and then you go buy a mentorship from this person, and then you say, well, man, it was a waste of money. Well, what do you expect? The person said they started last year. What makes you think that they're that knowledgeable on the or in this field? 7 to 8 years it took me to say I was fully a master in this. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm gonna answer these few little questions. How would you go about finding shippers to work with in Los Angeles? Are you talking cargo? Because we're talking cargo vans. So you talking cargo? If you're talking cargo, because that's what the topic is tonight. I put up a list of, I guess I can add it again. Here's some companies you might want to look at. Here's some companies you might want to look at. I'll leave it up there. The only time you make money is when you work hard. Definitely when you work hard. Nothing comes easy. You got to give it up to Mark. He gives us sauce without bathroom break. And you know what? I've been sitting here holding it too. I ain't finna hold you. I ain't finna. I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to either take an intermission or I'm gonna end this. But no, I definitely gonna get up off this thing in a minute because I do gotta pee. Very hard to find drivers because they don't want to work hard and they think they can come in and make $1 million a day and drive Ferrari, Porsches, and G wagons. I think a lot of the people that sell false hope in this space, I think that's kind of they don't tell them that this is what they can do, but they use a lot of that in their marketing to will people in. They show success, and this is what gets people in. I'm gonna tell you what shows success. A person like me who's saying they on their way out that can sit here for 4 hours comfortably because I don't have no worries in the world because I made my money already and I did my investment. I did what I was supposed to do and can say, man, I got trucks sitting. Mark is transparent, man. I got trucks sitting. I got trucks sitting, not making no money. To me, that's success. That's success. When you don't have a sweat in your brow, when you can be transparent and tell people the truth and not sell them a dream, that's success. Success doesn't come without sacrifice, though. And I just find it hard to believe how some people can be instantly successful. Instantly successful. I don't know. Instantly successful. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Because you work hard, and that's why you start money to make. Well, the thing with making money, you got to make the money when the money is good because everything changes. I'm gonna tell you this, and this is like something I told somebody this 12, 13 years ago. I remember not 12, 13, like when I bought my first truck in 13. So I started transitioning out of rentals in 13. But by that time, everything was so good, but it was a different point. You know, it was a different time period then. I'm like, well, man, the more trucks I get, the more money I'm gonna make. As long as I got trucks, man, people gonna always need work. You couldn't have told me that something like a pandemic was gonna happen 10 years later, and it was gonna be a time, or 8 years later, 7 years later, there was gonna be a time where people didn't want to work and it was gonna be hard to hire people. If you would have told me that back in 2010, 11, 12, 13, I'd have been like, you're crazy. What do you mean, people? How they gonna eat? I would have never believed it. I would have never believed it. But I'm telling you I say that to say this. When you're at a point and you have success, it's very imperative that while you're having the success, you acknowledge that you're in a period, you're in a phase of success and do the right thing with the money because things change. Things change. Nothing stays the same forever. And I talked about this the other day with like Toys R Us, Barnes and Nobles, Borders Bookstore, Kmart, Zare, Ames, Venture, Montgomery Ward, H. Gregg, the list goes on. KB, shit, a lot, Dominic's, whatever. Nothing stays the same. One company could come in and create something, and that could change the whole landscape of the industry and push certain companies out, and those companies that rely on certain vendors, they're affected indirectly by default. Nothing changes. Nothing stays the same forever. So I say this to say that to say this: when you're at a point where you're successful, it's very imperative that you do the right things with your money, so that God forbid when things do shift and things do change, you have the money, you did what you were supposed to do, and it doesn't really affect you to the point where you have nothing to show for your years of success. Don't go out and buy the Bentley. Don't go out and buy the Rolls Royce. It was a time where I was really considering buying a Bentley. not buying it, but leasing it under my business. But I didn't do it. It just made more sense. I live in Chicago, so I said, why don't I just go get a luxury $110,000 car and then buy me a brand new pickup truck. It's very important we keep picking. We have blizzards here. Snow can get 4 feet high. I can't drive a $200,000-$300,000 car in January with 3 feet of snow on the ground, right? So it's imperative here everybody has two vehicles. You know what I'm saying? So instead of me paying $2,500 for one car that I can only drive 4 months out of the year, I'll go get a nice car, lease that under the business, write that off. All right. Because I can write off the lease, I can write off the fuel. Obviously, the company is paying for the fuel. And a big thing I can write off at the end of the year, my account is going to write off is depreciation. You know what I'm saying? The depreciation is bigger than the lease and the other minor little stuff, the fuel, right? Then get you a second one. So I was able to get two vehicles. The point I'm trying to make is I did what I was supposed to do when the money was coming in. I paid all my trucks cash. For the most part, all the older ones, I only financed the two newer vehicles. I bought all my trucks. I didn't go out and buy brand new trucks. I went out and bought trucks that were a little aged. I was economical. I found a way to make money intrastate. Didn't have to go interstate. Save money there. Reduce my insurance. When it got to the point where, man, the work, the payroll and the paper shuffle was, once I got to, like, when did I get the yard and the office? I think I was about maybe 7 or 8 vehicles deep at that point. Instead of me going renting a big downtown office, fancy and stuff like that, no, I got an office trailer. A 12 by 60 office trailer cost me $150 a month. A 12 by 60 huge office trailer. Had them tow that thing, drop it on the yard where the trucks were, hooked up to the damn electric at the warehouse, and ran my operation out of a 12 by 60 office trailer that I rented from Pac Van for $150 a month. You know how much an office would have cost me with parking for all them damn trucks? I would have been an easy $4,000, maybe $5,000 a month. So that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to play the game. When the money is good, just because it's good, don't mean go out and spend it like it's no tomorrow, because the game can change just like that. We in a do-it-yourself game now. We in a do-it-yourself game now. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I guess what? I'm straight. I did what I was supposed to do. And now I can transition if I want to. I can transition into other things that are still involving trucks. I'm repurposing some trucks. I'm doing the jumpy house thing. There's a lot of other things that can be done with box trucks. I'm not going to limit myself to one thing. I know when it's time to transition. I know when it's time to move around. But the whole point of this spiel is to, when the money is coming in, make sure you do the right thing with your money. Make sure you do the right thing with your money, because if things change, you don't want to look up and be like, well, when the money was coming in, I should have did this, I should have did that, I should have did this, I should have did that. It's going to be too late then. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be too late then. For my box truck, my bad, just got here. I forgot what your previous question was. Milwaukee in the building. What's up? What's up, Derek? Any good companies and apps for Chicago area for cargo vans? Please let me know. You in Chicago too? You ain't been watching this whole thing? Here's companies right here. Waco ain't here, so T Force is cool for vans. That's Office Depot. T Force is up in Wooddale, off of 290, off of Thorndale Road. All right. So T Force is Office Depot. If you're in Chicago, you can go there. They got plenty of work out there in Wooddale, right next to Elk Grove Village. As far as apps, all these apps. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend Roadie. I try GoShare. I try Amazon Flex. If you got a cargo van with the Amazon XL on the Flex side, Thumbtack, it's kind of shaky, but the work is there. TaskRabbit is great, but they don't have an instant payment option, so you got to wait So I would try these three: TaskRabbit, Amazon Flex for the Excel, and GoShare. Thank you for everything. Keep making good YouTubes. No problem. Hit that like. Don't forget Circuit City. Oh yeah, Circuit City out of there too. So yeah, all these businesses out of there. Out of there. So things change, guys. Don't ever think anything lasts forever. And once again, I'm gonna say just in parting, and I know people hate when I mention that. Every time I say something about Amazon, I notice people start leaving the room. But just like somebody told me earlier, you know what? You know why people don't want to hear it? Because deep down in their heart, they know it's the truth. They just don't want it to be. But that is what makes a bad business person. A business person understands that you do your R&D, your research and development. What's meant to be is going to be, and if you do your R&D, you'll jump out ahead of something. Amazon ordered those fully autonomous trucks. Like, so I don't know why people think they ordered them and they're just gonna park them in their parking lot and not utilize them. They ordered them for a reason, 1,000 of them to get started. So guess what? That's 1,000 less drivers that's gonna be on the road. Don't get mad at me. Old Jeff has already showed y'all he's selfish. Old Jeff already showed you what type of individual he is. Old Jeff already showed you he a crude, shrewd businessman. And for those, I'm always remind people of this lady and her 1-year-old and her 3-year-old son. Jeff can't even give her one day of his pay. Only thing they can offer them is condolences when one of their contractors, the Amazon contractor, rear-ended this lady's car, killed her 1-year-old, and paralyzed her 3-year-old. And all Amazon could do is offer condolences. All right. So it is what it is. And y'all thinking this going that middle mile gonna be a forever with Amazon Relay, y'all. Okay. All right. It ain't gonna be this year, it ain't gonna be next year. So you okay. It ain't gonna be 2024. Those thousands gonna be shipped and delivered by then, though. They're gonna be out there working. So still that's 1,000 drivers. Oh, and they fully autonomous. They're very smart. They can bag themselves into the dock. Don't need nobody. All they're doing is running from Amazon to Amazon. That man is going to become richer. And that's why I go back to the video I talked about how, like, man, how you have to invest into the companies that you're running with. If you're running Amazon, I'm going to say this again, and you don't own any Amazon stock, you're a fool. You're a fool. You can unsubscribe if you like. You're going to make more money investing into the company than running for the company in the long game any day. Because when that stock runs back up, which it will, because guess what? When they start incorporating some of these fully autonomous vehicles and they start having those earning calls about how much more money they're making, that stock is going to continue to rise. Why? Because shareholders, you know what we like? We like when the company is profitable. And that's going to make the company even more profitable, because what is the biggest expense for a business? Labor. And this is going to substantially reduce labor contractor cost. I understand, man. And this is what I'm saying. You talk about free game. This is free game. I'm giving you practical. I'm giving you economical. I'm giving you transparency. I'm giving you honest. And guess what? You didn't have to pay 10 grand for it. You didn't have to pay 10 grand for it. I'm not going to sell nobody on something that I know is going to put them out of business. Didn't pay 10 grand for that. Guess what? Somebody sent me to school to understand this macroeconomics and being practical and knowing how to research R&D. My OG sent me to school to understand that. And that's why I can speak like the way I speak and challenge anybody and be confident. And ain't nobody going to challenge me. None of those scammers, they're not going to challenge me, because if they get on this platform, and I'm not talking to Sir P. I'm talking about to the scammers, because I'm going to make them look like a fool. I'm going to make them look like a fool. I can't say Roadie is a garbage app. I definitely don't think it's something good right now. You got to kind of let UPS fully integrate it and kind of put their touch on it. I think they just bought it and just kept it up there. But I think if UPS puts time, effort, energy, and some money into it, incorporate it into their system, I think it'll be a contender with Amazon Flex, but within their network. I think it'll be one of those go-to apps. They just gotta rebrand it, restructure it, and put some time into it. Is it possible to make good money working alone in cargo van? Yeah, somebody answered that question about 20 minutes ago. If I were to start, hold on a second. If I were to get into the game today, would I get in with a box truck or a cargo van? I guess to some people's surprise, I said cargo van. The reason why is because I understand the way the game is shifting, and I understand that we're further getting into a do-it-yourself, one man show type of thing, and labor is hard to find, it's hard to come by, and I'm promoting. I'm telling people, I'll show you the box truck game, I'll show you final mile, but I'm also going to simultaneously tell you that, if you can build a business where you're not relying on anybody other than yourself, that's probably the way you want to go. And then if it's something that you can automate it, that's even a double bonus. I think cargo van is the safer bet if you're looking to make. Wait, hold on. Is it possible to make good money working alone? Yeah, working alone in a cargo van. There's not really too much stuff that you can do in a cargo van out there that requires two people. Pretty much most of it is a one-man show. So you can do final mile stuff like office supplies I touched on, even gig app stuff. There is some stuff you can do like small moving jobs and things of that nature. But and this is coming from a guy who owns a moving company and a final mile company. I think the final mile smaller piece package cargo van delivery, a lane is overall probably a better lane. As far as it may not be as much money as like moving and things of that nature, but it's going to provide you more um freedom to do other things. The moving stuff, it could make you more money, but it's so labor intensive that it's going, it may hinder you from being able to maneuver and to doing other things. With a cargo van, you just have so many different options. And even with the moving, like if you're doing a move in a cargo van, that cargo van may be full. You may be able to do package delivery with the cargo van, TV installation. And this is if you hustling off the gig app. You may be able to do 3, 4 different things at one time if you're hustling off the gig apps. All right. So yeah, it's plenty of opportunities to make money with a cargo van. Even like Amazon Flex is just all they got a pilot going on some markets. Amazon XL where it requires a larger vehicle, a cargo van. So yeah, plenty of opportunities to make money with a cargo van by yourself. T-Force Move in Addison. I don't know. I haven't ran with them. When we were running with, they were on Thorndale Road in Wooddale. You said they moved to Addison? That might be their medical. They got a medical spot in Addison, I think. I think the warehouse is still ain't it still on Thorndale Road and Wooddale. Let's find out. I think it's still on Thorndale, right? Let me see. T-Force final now. Let's see. I guess they did move. They moved to Addison. You're right. Hold on. Yeah, they moved. Damn, when did they move? Yeah, you're right. They moved. It looks like they got a bigger spot. We was at the other spot on Thorndale Road in Wooddale when I was running for him. Cargo van has more options and more steady work. One man operation. Uh, I The steady work thing, I think that's probably can equal out to a box truck, but it definitely is one man work, and I think that's probably what people want to focus more on. One man, something that they can do on their own. They don't have to rely on someone else. Oh, they just moved to Addison. No more wood there. Okay. I was wondering. I'm like, damn, when did they move? They bought UPS and moved to Addison main office and warehouse. Okay. They just moved. They moved 2 months ago. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. I didn't even know. I thought they were still in Wooddale. So they moved it to UPS, the old UPS in Addison. Okay. They must be doing good. They moved into the old UPS. Well, that makes like the second time they moved in the last 10 years because I know when I was contracted with them, they moved. All right. So, any more questions? If not, I'm going to get on out of here. I don't know if I'm going to be on Tuesday. I might just come on, talk shit. I don't know if I'm going to put a PowerPoint together. I'm going to see. Depends on how I feel. I'm just not, I ain't going to lie, I ain't motivated for that. I don't know. I think the it's a lot of bad sentiment out here in the box trucking community. A lot of people are just upset with the scamming going on. So, it's just I don't know. I don't know. I might come on Tuesday. I might not. The only thing is good medical runs, but you can get it. It's hard. They're not doing they're not doing Office Depot no more at this T Force here. Are they still doing Office Depot at the T Force here? The one they moved to Addison? I mean not T Force, Office Depot? What time is it? 12, man. I ain't even eat dinner yet, man. I gotta cook. All the other runs, T Force is garbage now. It's big corporate office, Canadian company. Yeah, I heard the Transforce bought it, which is why they changed the name to T Force. They still got Granger. They still got Granger. Office Depot pays very low. They pay like $1.75 per piece, right? Yeah, they don't got as many routes as they used to have. When I was there, Office Depot, they had 43 routes. I heard they don't have that many. I create my own luck. What's going on? Nobody wants to do. Yeah, I bet. Well, that's the name of the game. You're gonna have some things people want to do, some things people don't want to do. Um, it's just the name of the game, but that's the cargo van business. The rates are going to be low, so you have to find your lane, and that's why I say, go. I say go the. I say go the. I think go the gig route. I think go the gig route. And that's me because I know how to hustle. I know how to get that money and go the gig route and do a bunch of different things. And like I said earlier, it could be TV mountain, it could be delivery, it could be moving, it could be this or that. So if I were starting out now, it was just me, no employees, just me and my van, I would go gig route and I would be doing a little bit of it all. But I'm a mechanically inclined a mechanically inclined person. We can do it all. Mount TVs, move, deliver, whatever. It doesn't matter. And that's why I would go. I wouldn't limit myself to like $1.75 per piece. Because $1.75 per piece, let's say I gotta do how many stops to make $100 at $1.75, or not? How many pieces do I gotta deliver to make $100? I can go mount one TV, and depending on what the scope of the TV, let's say I can make $150, $200. You know what I'm saying? Go do a pickup and delivery, make another 150 or whatever, 100, let's say. And let's say I spent 3 hours, let's say 4 hours, that's $250. There's no middleman. My whole thing is if you cut out the middleman, you'll see more of your money and you'll see more of your money quicker, which will give you more time to do the things that you like to do. Whenever there's a middleman in the middle, that's 50% of your money gone. And that's why I love the moving industry, but then again, I hate it because of the taxing labor. Um, but you're talking about hundreds of dollars an hour you're charging a person. There's no middleman. And even with the contracts we have running deliveries, like I got this company that we do deliveries for, they can't find nobody to do this stuff. And even a lot of times I turn them down. Fitness Superstore. These people email me, call me every day, and I turn them down. Like they got so much work. And like the bread ain't no issue. It's just the fact that they don't have nobody wants to do it. Like they'll send you a full gym. We have to go to like the Estes terminal, pick up a full gym. It might take 3 26-foot box trucks and take it, deliver the gym, and install it. You're talking about a week's worth of work. Like the bread is phenomenal, but like, bro, who want to be sitting up there doing that? It was a job we had, and these are the jobs, and this is what I talk about, like marketing your company so that you can cut out the middleman. But that takes time and it takes years. My company is just out there. So we get direct calls from consumers. I had a job. I think I might have talked about this. I don't think I talked about it. I'm gonna share this and then I'm gonna get out of here. Where it was a company here in Chicago. They got 2 offices downtown and then one in the suburbs. I think Skokie was. They this was like earlier this year when they were trying to get people to come back to work, maybe like January. So what they wanted to do was they bought 109 of these real comfortable, like real tech savvy office chairs. Now these chairs were a little over $1,000 a piece. They bought 109 of them, right? So they spent $100,000, over $100,000 on these chairs. All right, so they were like, we need. So they had the seller, this company that sells these chairs. They don't do delivery because it's not like they're selling these chairs every single day, right? But they make so much money when they do make a sale. It's like, okay, whatever. So they don't have a delivery option. So they have to set up with local companies in the area. Boom. They call my company like, hey, we got this client. They got an office downtown, another one in Skokie. They bought these chairs. Here's the link. We need a delivery company to ship them to. You need to assemble the chairs and then deliver to the downtown office, and then the other half go to the Skokie office. And she said, here is the catch. The company doesn't want the assembly to happen on their property. They don't want to have to happen on their property. They don't want it to happen on their parking lot. They don't want to see none of the styrofoam. They don't want none of the garbage, the cardboard. They don't want nothing. They just want delivery of the chairs. You know what I charge these people? $9,000. $9,000. Because we had to assemble all the chairs. We had to store them. We had to dispose of all the trash, right? And we had to deliver to 2 different places. $9,000. Now imagine if there was a middleman in between that. We wouldn't even seen 4,500 of that. We wouldn't even seen 4,500 of that. So you'd be surprised. The point of this story is to let you know that when you're dealing with a lot of these companies and customers, and you deal logistics companies, and there's a middleman, they never tell you the price. And see, this is why I'm like, yo, we was going back and forth the other day about transparency on like as far as content creators. Why I think Cruz was saying, well, people should show their numbers and show, and I disagree, because like your business is your business. Tell Amazon to show you their numbers. Tell XPO to show you their numbers. Tell UPS or whoever else, JB Hunt, to show you their numbers. Tell this person to show you their numbers. Tell that person. They're not going to show you that. They're not going to show you that. That opened my eyes when that company called me and they gave me the scope of the whole project. You don't see the scope of the whole project. You don't see what the item costs. You don't know what the company is charging to the consumer. You know what I'm saying? The middle company, which is the logistics company, they hide all that information from you. We were doing nonstop delivery and Nordic Track through nonstop delivery. I found out that Nordic Track charges the customers $450 for each delivery. You know what nonstop delivery was paying my company to do a full treadmill delivery plus assembly? $85. $450, right? Is what the customer paid for the delivery. $450. The logistics company pays us $85. So it's a different ball game when you're dealing directly with the company. So getting back to this fitness superstore, you can write it down. They need plenty of help. I don't care. Go hit them up. Every market, every day they sending me an email. Every day. But the scope of the job, and they'll pay you. You can set your own price. The scope of the job sometimes is just, it's just too much. Like, it's just too much. So I'm saying that to say this: there's lanes out there where you can cut the middleman. There's plenty of companies out there that don't deal with logistics companies. For each time they sell something, they find a contractor in that market. If you do one job for them, they're going to keep hitting you up, even when you turn them away. I probably decline 20-25 jobs between every job I accept, but yet and still every single job they hit me up. They hit me up, and you can do a fitness. You talking about a whole gym, man? You talking about that's like a $10,000 job. It's like a $10,000 job or more, depending on how big the scale of the gym is. But that job is not. Everybody can't do that type of work. Everybody don't know how to set up a full gym with the cable system and all that. Like, we can do it, because we've done it. But I remember when we first started doing it, like that shit ain't easy. That's hard. You know what I'm saying? But it's ways to make money. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, it's ways to make money where you can cut out the middleman. You just got to have your company out there. You got to market yourself. And there's companies, they don't market themselves like, hey, we don't deal with logistics companies. Come talk to us. We'll give you work directly and pay you 100%. You got to kind of be in the know. You know what I'm saying? You got to kind of be in the know. So that's my little tidbit. I got a few more questions here and I'm going to get out of here. Anything I can do as a one-man operation in a box truck? Yep, you can do final mile curbside delivery. Curbside final mile delivery. You can do that with one man in a box truck. Curbside final mile delivery is basically picking up from a terminal. There's a few different terminals you can pick up from. I'm not going to name them because there's a few of them. You pick up from a terminal. You may have somewhere, let's say 10, 15 stops, depending on how many pallets, what's on the pallets, how big the pallets are. Some pallets may be 2 pallets put together, whatever. And they average about $50 a stop. And it's curbside. It might be a pallet of tile, floor tile. Maybe a pallet with a sofa on it. Maybe a pallet with a safe on it, a gun safe. It may be a pallet with a pallet of dog food. It may be a pallet of it might be one pallet with a drum of a 55-gallon drum of soap that you drop off to a car wash. So but everything is curbside. So it's one man, you're using your lift gate and you're using your pallet jack because everything that's on the truck is palletized. So you definitely can do that with one man. Averages about $50 a stop. Very little grandeur. All right, so Office Depot is paying $1.25 a stop. Gig route with 16-foot box with 16-foot dock high box truck. Check out GoShare. They got contract work. I check out GoShare if you want consistent gig at work. GoShare is the place to go. The medical runs T4s, they pay excellent, but you can't get it already taken. Monopoly, you can make $1,500 a week plus, but you can't get it. So they already, all those routes are taken. Office Depot is hard job, $1.25 per piece, 50 to 200 pound heavy stuff. I did for a few years, not worthy anymore. Yeah, we don't do it anymore either. But the reason why we're not out there at that and I don't think he's out there no more. This guy Chris Alvarez is a racist jerk, and he didn't like me, and I wouldn't let him push me around. And that whole non-compete video I did, that's who I was talking about. Chris Alvarez. I don't know if you were there when Chris Alvarez was there, but we had to lean on that dude pretty bad. And he thought I was just a dumb. At that time, he just thought I was just dumb, and he could just he didn't like the fact that we were getting a guarantee. So when he got there, he tried everything in his power to get us to come down on the price. I wouldn't budge. He solicited my drivers. They weren't smart. They fell for it. Not understand that we had a contract with me. Not understand I had a contract with them. And I stopped that money. And I had to pull the old non-compete out. And yeah, there wasn't nothing he could do about it. But that's why we stopped. He made it his personal business to get me up out of there. Chris Alvarez, I don't know if you were there when he was there, but screw him. But that's what happened with Dynamics while we got up out of there. Good job for telling stories. Yep, you gotta tell stories. A lot of people like hearing the stories because it gives them something to think about. A lot of these stories have a message. So hopefully some people I can't wait to tell this Christmas story. I gotta wait till Christmas because it's a Christmas themed story. Only thing I can tell you is I lost 11 grand. Still ain't got my 11 grand. But it's a Christmas contract. So this is a contract that we did every Christmas. And that last year, the company, they just knew they were going out of business. So they did a money grab. They didn't tell anybody. And it wasn't just me. It was contractors all across the country. I'm going to tell that. That's going to be my December Christmas story. I'm going to tell that story. And I can't tell it now because I want to tell that one for Christmas. But I can tell you I lost $11,000. Right. And to lose $11,000 right before Christmas, I still had to pay my guys. The contract grossed me 11,000. It cost me $4,000 to operate it. So my profit on that would have been $7 grand. But it is what it is. You live and you learn. Please research about airport bags, luggage delivery if you can, and let me know. Somebody else asked me that. There's a bald head guy I see on YouTube. That's kind of his lane. And that's not my lane, you know what I'm saying? Respectfully, I don't do it, have no interest in doing it. I mean, I'll look it up. If you're on another live. I can probably tell you what I researched, what I found out, but building content, I don't know if that I'll build content around it because that's not something I do. I'm not on YouTube to just do videos just to get people to look at me. I'm going to only do videos off my experience, things that I do or things that I've done, because that's not something I could really expound on, because even if I research it, if a person asks me questions about it, certain questions I might not be able to answer because I don't do it. But I'll definitely look into it. And if you're on the next live, I can let you know what I think about it, but building content around it, probably not going to happen. 16-foot box trucks with no lift gate can make paper. I'm struggling. If I tell you what you can make with a 16-foot box truck, you're probably not going to want to do it. You can find a buddy and you don't mind getting into the moving game, you'll make a lot of money. You ain't even got to do 2 bedrooms. You can do studio. You can do small Small, a few items, small deliveries, studio apartments, one bedrooms, and you can charge $100 an hour with a 2 hour minimum and anywhere from $100 to $150 truck fee. You can do two of those a day yourself. You'll check a big old bag of money every day. All right. But you probably don't want to do that. So there's definitely ways. Never say there's not ways to make money. All right. A person like me who has employees is struggling finding employees to make money. The work is we even with the moving, we're losing like traditional moving companies. We're losing a lot of consumers to gig-based apps. So the volume, it's there, it's not there. This was just a year that the economy was bad. A lot of people moved themselves. U-Haul did record numbers. They made $1 billion last quarter on what they made last year in the same quarter. $1 billion, a billion, extra billion on top. So that just let me know that a lot of people, and I did see a lot more U-Haul moving trucks this moving season than I saw actual moving company trucks. And then another thing I did see was a lot of people moving people in just all white Sprinter vans, pickup trucks, things of that nature. So I already knew these were gig based apps. A lot of people just prefer, like the newer generation, they prefer to use the gig based apps. Obviously, it's cheaper. You're not going to get the quality service you would from hiring a traditional moving company, because we're going to come in, we're going to wrap your furniture, we're going to pad your furniture, we're going to protect it because we don't want the liability. The gig based guys, they don't do all that, but consumer understands that, and it is what it is. But you can definitely make money with a 16-foot box truck. It's gonna require some elbow grease. It's gonna require some labor. As long as you're not scared of a little hard work, I think you'll make more money with the moving than a person. And I'm being honest with you, and I'm not trying to shit on a 26-footer. I do both. You can make more money in a 16-footer doing 2 moves a day than what a person in a 26-footer can do in a day running a route with just 2 moves. But you're doing more labor intensive work. If you do 2 4-hour moves at 8 hours, at $100 an hour, that's $800 plus let's say they both were 2 truck fees of $100 a piece. Now that's $1,000. Now if you're paying your guy $25 an hour, right? He made $200, right? Boom, you got $800 left. Your fuel isn't going to be that much because most people that move, they move in a small radius, right? So you're not going to even burn enough. You might not even burn a quarter tank of fuel. So let's say you make 800 for the day, and that's honestly an average what a 2-man team can make on an average 8-hour day, 2 4-hour moves consistently. And that's how I was able, and that's the secret to my success, guys. I started with the moving industry, hustling, then went the full license route, and I got introduced to the final mile trucking lane once I was already successful in the moving business. The moving business, the margins are just very, very high. People don't want to move, and you can charge an arm and a leg for moving, and it's not like it's a big deal because people don't want to do it in the first damn place. So that's how I was able to purchase the amount of trucks that I was able to purchase. That's how I was able to scale as fast as I could, because I was simultaneous. I had a moving business that I had already made a lot of money. I had a lot of money saved up. And when I got into the final mile game, I still was operating my moving business simultaneously. So I was eating the best of both worlds. And that's ultimately the key to my success. A lot of people ask me, would I be able to do what I did then now? And absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just a different day and age. So, you know, but yeah, you can make money with a 16-foot box truck, but you gotta work. You gonna have to work. Now it's billion. It's even worse. Stupid and steal money. If someone break the non-compete clause, do you get paid? Nah, you So what happened when they broke the non-compete clause? When I called and spoke to the guy, basically, me and this guy didn't have a good relationship. It was a lot of yelling. I I think I threatened him. Like I was 34, maybe 35 at that time, and even though I'm a well-spoken businessman, articulate things of that nature, I still got hood side of me, and at that point, um, that guy had just driven me to a point where I think I threatened him or something. It wasn't like I didn't threaten to do physically harm, but I was cocky at that point. I was coming off the best year I had of my career. 2014 was my takeoff year. 2015, I was just, rolling at that point. So, like, you talking about a person who 35 years old driving fancy. I just had money and I was feeling myself. So when he did what he did and he thought I was just a stupid young person who didn't know any better, and I had to threaten him with the non-compete, and he's like, well, what's that and all this, and it just went back and forth, and the way I threatened him was, I said, look, I said, this can go somewhere where you really don't want it to go. I said, I don't think you know who I am or what I'm capable of, but I said, man, my money is very, 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 very long. I didn't say it in this calm of a voice. I was very arrogant about it. I was, if I could go back and do it all again, I would have definitely told him the same thing, but in a different way. I said, man, we will bury you. We will bury you. I said, I will bury you. I will bury you. My money is too long. Don't go there with me. You're soliciting my drivers. You're stealing my drivers. You're stealing my drivers from under me. We have a non-complete clause. You can't, if my drivers work for my company and I send them to your logistics company, they're running for my company through you, ethically, all right, ethically, even though we have a non-compete, ethically, you cannot touch my guys for a year. That's just the law of the land when it comes to this. You can't touch them. I have a non-compete that I signed with you guys. Plus, these guys have a non-compete with me. So what do you want to do? I'm not no stupid, dumb N-word. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. How you want to play the game? How you want to play the game? It was threatening. I said, man, we can go there. Like, man, don't think I'm not. I will sue you. Whatever it costs, I will spare no expense. No expense. So I did my threatening. I was feeling myself. And he hung up in my face. I didn't know what was going to come from that. The guy that had left me and took some other guys. So not only did he leave me, he took some other guys with him. I'm looking at the cameras later that day. I see a white 16-footer pull up in the yard, but it wasn't mine. It wasn't one of mine. So I'm looking at the cameras. I see this guy pull up and he hops out. It's him. He parks very discreetly. He doesn't pull into where my trucks are parked. He parks in the front guest parking lot. He walks the yard. He comes in very humbly. Now, when he left, he was very cocky. He said, man, Mark, can I talk to you? I said, what's up? He said, man, they won't let me run no more. I'm like, what you mean they won't let you run? I just talked to this asshole earlier today. It looks like I'm gonna have to sue him. He said, yeah, they told me I couldn't run. No, we can't run no more. He said something about a non-compete. I'm like, yeah. So he's like, man, but Mark, man, I'm trying to feed my family. I said, what they got to do with me? I'm trying to feed my family. Well, Mark, you don't have you. It's just you. I said, what they got to do with anything? You don't got no kids. You ain't got no. I said, what they got to do with me? It's a certain way you conduct business. You don't conduct business the way you conduct business. And the reason why they tried to prey on me is because how strong I am in there. I'm the only one in there with 9 vehicles. I'm the only one in there with a guarantee. I'm the only one in there that they can rely on when other contractors pull. He just didn't like the fact that I was getting a guarantee, and he wanted me to go from 300 to 275, and I wouldn't budge because I know what it cost me to operate this contract. I don't want to see nothing less net than $100 a day per vehicle. Nothing less net than $100 a day per vehicle. But Mark, man, I'm trying to, I gave you an option. When you pulled the bullshit on me and you told me, I said, look, we can go get your trucks, just still run under my authority. Let's show some unity. Don't go in there already trying to solicit y'all from me. You know what I'm saying? Why would you do me like this when I pulled you up when you was down? I showed you the game. But man, Mark, I'm trying to, man, I want to take my girl to fancy restaurants. I want to get me a nice place to live like you. I want to drive me a nice car. Why I can't do what you did? I said, bro, it took me years to get to this point, and I didn't do it by handling business the wrong way. So man, if you really knew the business, you thought you was playing a certain, you thought you was going to try to, whatever it is you tried to do, but look, it came back to bite you in the ass. You signed something that you don't even know what you signed. They signed something with me that they shouldn't have broken. It's called a non-compete. You work for me. You work for me through my company. I send you through them. It's unethical. They can't touch, you can't solicit a driver for someone that's contracted through you and that's their driver. It's unethical. It's not going to hold up nowhere. That's why they let you go. So, man, what can I do? I don't know what you can do now. I told you, I gave you an option 2 weeks ago. Just run under my authority. And that's it. And we all would have made money. And you know what we would have showed that dude? Man, them dudes is unified over there. And not only did you exit, you took 3 people with you. So now that's 3 people that followed your leadership that's now not working. They worked 1 day. And guess where he ended up back working? They all ended up back working for me. So, that's what happened. If someone breaks the non-compete clause, you can give them a warning, a cease and desist. If they want to continue to handle business unethically, then you can contact your lawyer and sue. A lot of non-compete lawsuits, they really don't go anywhere. Usually, in contracts, especially amongst logistics companies, before it gets to that point, there's an arbitration clause in the contract, and normally what'll happen is it'll go through arbitration before it gets to that point, and the arbitrator comes in and they'll mediate the situation. With this situation, it didn't go to arbitration. We were able to, they just realized they ruined. They just, that, a lot of these logistics companies don't have people running them that are privy and business savvy and knowledgeable. And that's just one of those situations where they did try to do some shady, underhanded stuff, and I was smart. I was smarter. Um, Luckily for me, I know business, and I think I could have handled it better on the phone with the guy. But it's like I was telling Cruz, like when I was saying, if I was 10 years younger, that motion, that passion he had, I see a lot of myself in him when I was that age. And I just wish if I would have went back to that phone conversation, not how I handled it. I did what I was supposed to do. I wouldn't have yelled at that guy, and I would have just let the money actually talk for me. I would have just had sent them a letter on my lawyer would have sent them a letter on their letter on the lawyer's letterhead, and they would have knew what time. I shouldn't have had to been hooping and hollering and raising my voice. But like I said, that's why I see a lot of myself, how he is now at that age. That's how I was at the age. So it is what it is. That's how I was handled. Those guys ended up back working for me. The guy's big full of shit, scammer, fake, YouTube, and he is fake. I don't know what you're talking about. When is the next live? I don't know. I might go live Tuesday. Could a person deliver general fare and be a mover of household goods under the same authority? No. I got different authorities for each one. I wouldn't recommend it. I have moving company and then trucking company, separate, different company, and it's really 2 different businesses. Household goods moving is regulated. It's more regulated. I mean, the general freight thing is regulated, but household moving is even more regulated, especially here because you got a lot of bad actors. A lot of moving companies are shady. They'll move you halfway, then up the price on you while they got all your stuff in the truck. upcharge you before you go to delivery. And if you don't pay that upcharge, they'll hold your stuff hostage. You'll see the truck pull off with your stuff, never to be seen again. And not only are they gonna haul off with it, they're gonna throw it in a storage, and then they're gonna charge you for that. So no, you want to have your moving company separate from your final your trucking company. Here's why: if you ever get into a legal situation with either other company, you don't want that other company to be under that same roof, because now that company is affected. You want them to operate separately, and moving is very, 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 very liability driven. So you don't want to run the risk of the other company, God forbid, if something were to happen. You want to separate the two entities. How would you filter out for Sprinter vans on DAT? Straight box, and then you're gonna look for partials. Whatever the length of your Sprinter van is, you're going to want to look for stuff that length or shorter. So you want to go straight box, filter out straight box, and then you want to look for stuff that's whatever the length of your cargo van. If it's, let's say it's a long base, 8 foot, you only want to search for shit probably less than 8 foot, maybe 7 feet or lower or shorter. And that's how you would do it. You're right. I didn't consider moving. Was thinking final mile was the best route or loads. My authority also deals with general freight. I have no problem doing small moves. I'm a South. Are you from the crib? Are you from Chicago? Yeah. So yeah, there's plenty of opportunities here. I would the way I was able to capitalize and make a lot of money for moving is I didn't focus on the big moves. The big moves are some money makers, but I focus more on the small moves. See, we're in Chicago, so there's a lot of apartment buildings, second, third floor walk-ups, even fourth floor walk-ups, especially up north, downtown. I really don't even focus on the south side and the west side. All my work, all over the years, has always been up north, downtown, suburbs. I got so much work that I even shut off the suburbs. We used to go as far as Gurnee, north, and as far as west as Naperville, Oswego, as far south as, man, shit, Kankakee, Champaign, as far west as, and these are for local, as far west as Valparaiso, Crown Point. But with the moving, you can just focus on the small, up to 1 bedroom, studio 1 bedrooms, 2 men, $100 an hour. If you got a third guy, you can charge $150 an hour for them third floors. If it's a third floor walk up, then you start at $200 an hour. And then that's how you make your money. If you're a young guy like how I was back then, strong back, man, in the summertime, like April through August, you'll make so much money that you won't even have to work October through March. And when I say you don't have to work, my first few years, after October, moving dies down in Chicago. No one moves in the winter. I had so much money saved up, man. And October through March, I didn't do nothing. And when I say didn't do nothing, I mean didn't do nothing. Because I had so much money, I didn't have to. I was able to pay all my bills, continue to. This was back in my partying days. I was going to the club, popping bottles every night, and the money was endless because it was so much money to be made in the summertime. And if you work consistently, April, May, June, July, August, September, those 6 months, every day, just do the math. You don't live above and beyond your means. You know, you make a lot of money, you put a lot of money away, and you don't spend money. Why? Because your day is consumed with moving. You're working all day. Our days would start at 8 a.m. Sometimes they wouldn't end to midnight. You go home, you're tired. By the time you lay down, you're so tired and sore after that hot shower hits you. Once that shot, if you done did a day of moving and that hot water in that shower hits you, man, sometimes I don't even remember how I ended up in the bed. Next thing I know, the alarm run. It's 6:30 again. I'm gotta get back up and get to it. But you don't spend no money because you don't have the time to spend no money. So the money's just coming in, and then you just banking it. Because in the summertime, that's when you got to get it. So man, I would take that 16-foot truck. Now, here's the thing: if you from Chicago, you running under the radar, you got to run it. The ICC gonna be on your ass. You get caught up in one of them stings, they're gonna charge you a ticket, $750 for the first offense. $750 for the first offense. Now, I ran for 3 years under the radar, and I didn't even know what the ICC was until I got caught up in a sting. They booked a bunch of companies that day, and then you go to the move, and then next thing you know, the police cars just start pulling out from everywhere. They treat you like you just the way they treat you, you'd think it was more than just running an unlicensed, unsolicited moving company. The way they pull out, they real theatrical. They make a big scene. They put you up like you would really think you're a criminal, and they just write you a ticket, and that's it. But they like but you know, it's a regulated industry. You got to do it now. I would recommend running and I wouldn't recommend getting licensed because there's so many unlicensed movers now. The whole gig based economy is based around a lot of it's based around moving. But as long as you fly under the radar and you're cool, the ICC targets they do a sting every year the last week of April, the first week of May. For them 2 weeks, they focus on moving because that begins the busy moving season. They target up north from like that Lincoln Park area, all up and down Clark, all up and down Halstead, Boys Town, Lincoln Park, from like maybe I would say Belmont to maybe like let's say Montrose, and maybe as far west as Clark Halstead all the way to the lake. That little area they target, they ride around, they look for moving trucks that don't have an ICC number. And then another way they'll set you up is I wouldn't recommend you finding jobs off Craigslist. They go on Craigslist and they hire companies. They book jobs, and then that's how they do the sting operation. You'll pull up, somebody will be sitting in the car. They'll be like, "Yeah, you're here to move Joey? Yeah, here for Joey. All right, here we come." Next thing you know, he'll get on the call. Bloop, bloop. Next thing you know, you see ICC, Illinois Commerce Commission police cars pull up from every which way. All right, so I'm warning you. That's what you got to look out for. They can operate. They can offer you off. They can write you tickets for other things other than operating without authority. Fair to provide annual interest rate registration card. I recently got a ticket for that because they pulled up on one of my trucks and the truck didn't have the card in the truck. So that was on me. And actually, here's the ticket right here for that. This is the ICC ticket, and basically, it's an administrative ticket, as you can see here. And you just sign it, you just pay it, and that's it. So yeah, I just recently got one because the interstate card wasn't on the truck. When I get the card, pay for it, I just didn't put it on. I didn't put them on the trucks this year for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't really run into the ICC that much, but they stopped the truck for whatever reason, and they did a inspection for all the proper we had everything. We just didn't have that Illinois Commerce card. So it was a money grab. $300 is what it is. For 16-foot box trucks, look into my virtual fee. Okay. Oh, let's see here. It's a little higher joint, but yeah, I'll turn my virtual fee. All right, so I know some people have been on here since the beginning. I appreciate y'all for being on here 5 hours. I'm finna get out of here, y'all. I gotta make something to eat, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all my subscribers. I appreciate everybody for rocking with me. I appreciate everybody that was here on my rant earlier. I appreciate everybody that takes in the information that I give. I appreciate the people who think the information I give is valuable. As you guys are the reason why I make this content. Hopefully, I can reach at least one person that I'm helping. Even if I told you I'm toying with selling the company. Even if I do sell, get out, I'll still continue to provide content. It's just like I was telling them on a live stream the other day. You can't take away knowledge from somebody. As long as the person has done it or is currently doing it, then they're a valid source on providing content. You can't take a person's knowledge away from them. You can't take it away. All right. So until I'm able to get the authority for moving, I need to generate something before I add new moving authority. You said go share, that's it. Yeah, you can do go share. Moving authority, if you do get licensed here, it's going to cost you $900. The application is going to be, I'm going to tell you the process. Application is going to be $900. All right, $900 just to apply. Once you pay the $900, you do the application process. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to put an ad in the state newspaper. You're going to have to put an ad in the state newspaper stating that you are applying to become a licensed mover. All right. Once you put that ad in the state newspaper, you're going to get a date where you're going to either have to go to Springfield or you're going to have to go to Des Plaines. The ICC only has 2 offices here, in Springfield, which is the state capital, or in Des Plaines. You're going to have to go in front of a hearing. You're going to have to go to a hearing for a judge. You're going to have to show him that you're willing, capable, and able to own and operate a licensed moving company. I know this sounds like a lot, and some of it's weird. You mean I got to put an ad in the newspaper? Yes, you got to put an ad in the newspaper. Once you go in front of the judge, you show him that you can run a licensed moving company. What they're going to grant you is with a permit. You're going to get that permit for the year. All right. That permit is going to last you 1 year. All right. Within that 1 year, they're going to monitor you. If you have any like citations, any run-ins with the ICC, any situations where you're holding people's furniture hostage, any type of thing that's going to be held against you, because at the end of that year, you're going to have to go back in front of that judge and they're going to review you from that previous year. Only then, if you come back squeaky clean, will they grant you a license. So that first year is a probationary period. All right. You got to come back squeaky clean. You can't have any hiccups within that year. So remember this, the application is $900 just to apply to be a licensed mover, just to apply. Doesn't mean you're going to even become one. The application fee is $900. Once you do the application fee, you have to put an ad in an Illinois state newspaper saying that you're applying to be a licensed mover. You have to put it out there to everyone in the state. You have to announce it. All right. You have to pay for that ad too, by the way. Once you put the ad in the state newspaper, then you're going to go in front of the judge. All right. It's an Illinois state judge. And basically you're going to come in, they're going to look at you and make sure you're not they're going to size you up. Basically, you have to show and prove that you're willing, capable, and able to run a licensed moving company. They'll grant you a permit within that 1 year. You got to fly squeaky clean. Can't have nobody calling the ICC reporting you for anything. And then after a year, you go back in front of the judge. They're going to review you. As long as everything came out squeaky clean, he'll grant you with a license. It's the same judge. This is the same judge. So he's not going to forget, so there's only one judge. And they only have 8 police officers for the whole state. So it's an administrative police department. It's a small department, but they regulate the whole state. Don't ask me why. It's probably a money grab. This is Illinois state where, like our last 5 governors, 3 of them went to jail. Some of you know of Blagojevich. He was just one of them. George Ryan went to jail. Blagojevich went to jail. And what's the other guy's name? I forget. But yeah, 3 of our last 5 governors went to jail. So anybody knows about Chicago and Illinois, we're a very corrupt city and a very corrupt state. So everything is a money grab here. All right. Yeah, you gotta put an ad in the newspaper if you want to be a licensed mover here in the state newspaper. You gotta announce that you're applying to be a licensed moving company. You have to announce it. And see, nobody's going to get this type of information. Like this information, it only comes from a person who really knows the industry, really knows the business, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of people say, oh, you got to go, you just apply for the license. Nah, it's a lot more involved in this state. If you want to become a licensed mover, you got to put an ad in the paper. You got to announce that you're applying to be. Oh, and I forgot to say this. The whole purpose of putting the ad in the newspaper is because anybody who reads the paper and they see the ad, you have to list your date. So basically, once you get your date, your hearing date to go in front of the judge, you have to put that in the ad. So you have to put your hearing date in the ad and that you're applying to be a licensed mover with your hearing date. Anybody who reads the state paper for any reason can show up to your hearing date and object for any reason. If they object, if anyone shows up to your hearing date and objects, you will not be granted your permit. You will not be granted your permit. So that's the purpose. I'm sorry I didn't go over the why you have to until I read her comment. Why you have to put an ad. So the purpose of the putting the ad is you're putting the ad in the paper to announce your hearing date. I, Mark the Mentor, is starting Mark the Mentor Moving LLC. My hearing date with the Illinois Commerce Commission judge is October 31st, 2022. So if any of your haters reads the state paper, oh, that mother, man, I'm finna go hate on him. They can show up to your hearing date. When the judge said, does anybody object? Yeah, I object for any reason. If anybody shows up for any reason and object, they won't grant you your permit. So that's how it works. I'm visiting Chicago still. Oh, you still in Chicago? All right, well, be careful out here. Be careful out here. It's rough. You ain't mentioned nothing other than go share till I can apply to move. I appreciate your words, friend. I did mention other than go share till I can apply to move. Oh, to move, if you want to do moving, you can do go share, but for moving, I just list my company on Thumbtack. I'll list my company on Thumbtack. If you want to do straight moving, create a Thumbtack Pro account to list for moving. That way you're just paying for the leads. There's no middleman, and you can charge what you want to charge. You know what I'm saying? I gave you a format to charge for moving in this market. So Thumbtack for the moving, go share for the contract, the gig contract. Thumbtack for the moving. I rented a car and drove to Wisconsin today. That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's the state of Illinois, city of Chicago. It's very corrupt here. Everything is a money grab. And everything is political here. So, the reason why that system is in place is because back in the day when the mob really controlled a lot of like the construction, the trucking industry and things, the reason why that was designed was so that they can show up to those hearings and object so that they can control and monopolize certain industries in this city and in this state. So a lot of those old political tactics are just still in place, even though the mob is not. I mean, the mob still exists, right? But they're not influential and they're not prevalent and they're not strong in like the garbage industry or the trucking industry or the construction industry or the moving industry like they were in the heyday up to like, let's say, the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that political control they had was like this was just a way for them to show up. And this is not just moving, there's other industries too. The same thing applies where members of the mob would show up and object. You know what I'm saying? If one person showed up and objected, then you don't get granted. So it's just a lot of these tactics are still in place. That's all. You got to remember, this is a very corrupt city, a very corrupt state. So that's why those things are in play. Final mile. Yeah, final mile delivery. So you want to do go share with the if you want to do delivery and you want to sign up for Thumbtack Pro, download the Thumbtack Pro app to do moving. Hell no, they need to get rid of that rule. They wrong for that. That rule ain't going nowhere. Just the application being $900, that's ridiculous. The carrier permit for the Illinois Commerce Commission is only $65 just to apply for that. But the moving just to apply is $900, and someone shows up to that hearing and they object, like that's $900 going down the drain. And not to mention the money you spend on listing the posting the ad in the state paper. But like if you're from here, you kind of understand this is just the way things work here. It's politics here. You just got to play the game. You know what I'm saying? It's part of our history. It's very, corrupt city. Chicago, Illinois is a very corrupt state. Like I said, like 3 of the last 5 governors have all ended up in jail. I mean, the one with the most claim to fame, everybody probably knows, is Rod Blagojevich, where he tried to sell Obama's when Obama ran for president, he tried to sell Obama's Senate seat to, I think, Jesse Jackson Jr. and his wife were gonna buy it. So then they went to jail too. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is here. You got to know how to play the game here, and I know how to play the game. So it just is what it is. Like a lot of these rules from the old mob days ain't going nowhere. I'm 40, moving is cool. Don't know how much I can move. Well, I'm 42, and I'm telling you, like shit. Like I had to jump on a truck this past Friday, 2 days ago, and I'm like, yo, I can't keep doing this too much more. That's why I was thinking, final I voted for Blagojevich. I think we all voted for Blagojevich as Democrats, but what he did, and I know this is off topic. What he did, I get it. I don't think he should have got 14 years, and I think that's why Trump pardoned him. What he did was wrong, but 14 years, they were trying to, they were trying to make an example out of him. But luckily, he went on there printing, so he had a relationship with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump pardoned him, so he deserved a pardon. That man been underground ever since. I ain't seen or heard from that man since the day he got out of jail. I ain't seen him nothing. So he's keeping it low pro. Yeah. So yeah, final mile is heavy lifting too, but it's not as extensive as moving. It can get ugly though, depending on what you're running. It can get ugly, but it's just part of the game. You want to make the money, you gotta do what you gotta do. So, hey y'all, I appreciate it. I gotta run. I'm hungry and I gotta use the bathroom. 5 hours in the books. Hope everybody got something out of it. Hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate it. I may come on Tuesday. I may not. Just make sure you turn your post notifications on. And until next time, guys, peace out.